Hey, Noel, it's good to see you. You're the first one in. A magical blessing? What do you mean by that? Thank you for coming. There's a couple of people doing lives right now again, so I probably won't have that many people in here for now, but that's okay. I got you to talk to. You got to tell me what this magical blessing is. Oh, you don't know if it's real or not. That's okay. I've been through that before. Did you want to say anything about it? Do you want to come up on panel? Well, I don't know what to do yet. I hate to go over some of the things that I wanted to go over and have to go over them again if more people come in later. What have you been doing today, Noel? Noel? Here's the link to come up if you want to. Okay. Okay, you're just chilling, but you would really like to know who lived in the king house before the girls? I don't know that. Why do you want to know that? Oh, you were in Sue's life. Oh, okay. Did she say something to you directly? Okay. You didn't know it was live? I didn't know Sue was going live either. I haven't seen anything about her this live. Did she say anything to you directly? I could Google who lived in the King Road house before the girls. Yeah, Logan's still alive. You're not sure if Cy is fooling the G family? Do you want to come up on panel and talk to me? You can have your picture on. You don't have to show your face. I'm sure you got a pretty voice. And if he is, then why is the G family is crooked? Yeah, I've heard they're crooked. I sure have. But I haven't dug into anything about Steve or anything like that. I'm trying to look up the who lived there. I can't see him fooling the G family when he's telling us. I mean, he turned around on us and, told us that Brian's been in the living room in the house twice and stuff like that. That this case is deep underground. Yeah. Okay, wait a minute. Before the targeted students moved in, the six-bedroom rental house at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, was occupied by a rotating group of University of Idaho students and recent graduates. Past tenants included friends and former classmates of the latter victims, such as Ashlyn Couch, who lived in the home until moving out in May 2022. So Google says Ashlyn moved out May 2022 before the murders. So that extra room down there was not Ashlyn's. Other previous student tenant, if Google's telling the truth, other previous student tenants and friends also rented rooms in the multi-story house during prior school years as a standard off-campus student housing property. Ashland Couch is the only name they're showing. Yeah. Hmm. Okay. I thought I was going to see a map. Yeah. City of Moscow. Well, I don't need that. Okay. Yeah. Lived there before the girls. And she moved out May 2022. Do you want to come up here? Martha said Xana's room was the office. Who's Martha? And what was the office for? Martha Smith? I don't know who that is. Does she have a channel? Oh, Connor just put it out. I haven't heard that interview. And she's a friend. Is she a friend? I know that Logan was watching the one that was Brian's teacher. Um, Let me see. Okay. Well, I can't get this. Okay, there. Let's see about Connor. I got Aiden. Okay, the Martha Smith girl. Yeah. I gotta watch it. Let me see. Let me go to Connor's page. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's probably gonna mess up this way. It always messes up this way. Hold on a second. I can't see chat right now. Okay, let me see. I don't know why YouTube likes to be slow on my laptop. Jeez. Hey, Mouse. And you said hey to Kim? Is Kim here? Oh, hey, Kim. Kim, thank y'all for coming. Noelle was asking me to look up that interview by that Connor has by Martha. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't been watching the interviews. Oh, wait. Oh, let me go right there. There's a new one that just about an hour ago by Aiden McEntee. I don't know who that is. She must be one of the friends. Do y'all want to watch the interview? One of the interviews? Yeah, Scully's live right now. That's why hardly no one's in here. But I didn't know he was going live when I scheduled my live. He didn't let me know, so I'm going ahead. I'm just going ahead. What that girl, some of Connor's interviews, those people don't know. Kaylee and them. You're not getting notifications for anyone? Huh. I don't think I got notifications for Scully, but he usually texts me his link and all, but he didn't today. So I don't know what to do. I'm just going to go ahead and go keep this live going, try to learn how to do StreamYard and keep doing a live and get my loyal base to the people that really want to talk to me. Sometimes when I go in the lives, nobody's friendly. Nobody says hello, you know, unless I'm saying hello. Sometimes they don't say hello back to me. And if I talk about anything, I'm surely ignored that way half the time. Just saying. So I'm just going to see what I could do over here by my little old self. And I got you, Mouse, and Kim, and Noel. I was going to talk about if anybody wanted to come out up on panel. I did want to talk about how we came about getting involved in the Idaho 4 case and how I got involved in the Idaho 4 case. Um, Hello, Project Blackbird. Nice to meet you. Are you into the Idaho 4 case? Do you want to come up? Do you want to come up now, Mouse? It's just a few of us in here. That's how I got started with Tommy. Tommy only had a few people in his live, and it was me and Nellie. We went up there. He had like only 11 people in his chat though. So you don't want to come up, huh? Okay. I want to show a video of how I learned about the Idaho 4 case. Yes. Yes, Mouse. Yes, welcome, Project. I've never seen you around. Do you go into any of the other creators, any of the live chats or anything like that? Oh, I know I love Tommy too. Now, I loved going in Tommy's lives. I did. We had a good chat there. Everybody was good. Everybody was friendly. You know, it was just different. I wonder if I could find that first live. I do have Connor's page pulled up just in case. Oh, I know he would be. I really wish I knew what. Here, let me get my so I can see chat. I really wish I knew how he would be acting right now. You know? Hold on, let me get there. I see myself looking down. Yes, he would be so freaking happy. Okay, let me see what's going on with Tommy's channel. See if I can go down that far. I don't know if he saved that live or not. Okay, I got you, Project Bird. I usually do that too. Listen, like on the TV, I put it on the TV. Okay, here he is. You can see him yelling in excitement. And he knows the truth right now. Was it a live we did? Yeah, it's all his lives. That would be way down. Oldest. Ooh, let me pick the oldest. He has something about light and the black SUV. That's only 16 minutes. That was 3 years ago. Hmm. Let me see according to his views. He didn't go live long. He his lives in the beginning are only like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I loved it when he went a long time, like a couple hours at least. Let me see what his titles are. Oh, here's one with him and Sarge 2 years ago. Hey, Mandy. Hey, Scully. Aren't you live, Scully? Hey, Liv. Hey, Kiss Me. Oh, did you end your live, Scully? Let me come back. Where is my StreamYard? Where's my StreamYard? That's weird. Where is my StreamYard? That is so weird, y'all. I can't find my StreamYard or StreamYard over it. Here it is over here, I believe. There I am. How's everybody? Hey, Edie. Yeah, I wanted to go. I picked this time because I got to work in the morning. So, and Scully, I didn't know you were going live. You didn't send me anything. Oh, thank you, Scully. I didn't know Mandy was in your live. Oh, it was last minute. Okay. Well, I was gonna start with how we came about the Idaho 4 case, and thank you, Scully. um, and let me get this off of here. And I did not find out through the news. I found out through a video. And you know how I've told you all, or I've said before, that I was a big conspiracy theorist. Hey, Bubbly. Okay, you'll be listening. I was a big conspiracy theorist, so I was into all this stuff about what was going on in the world, you know, like the New World Order, the digital ID, and all that kind of stuff. The files, you know what I mean by the files. I was big on that stuff, and I learned about that in 2016 through WikiLeaks and Hillary's emails. Um, so I would watch a lot of conspiracy videos. And one of them I came across, it was about the Idaho case. And Oh, welcome Project Blackbird. She's new. And the video I came upon um, explains this case as staged and I'm not, yeah, I've never seen Project before. So I believe it's her first time here. So I wanted you all to have I wanted to show the video. I want you all to have an open mind and not hold. I mean, you know how I've been into this case. You know how I've been obsessed with this case, trying to figure out who did it, believing everything. You know that compared to the video, you know, I've been believing everything, but with a lot that's been going on lately, I've been kind of wondering, and I want to show the video if you all won't get upset. He does cuss a lot, but kind of listen to his points that he points out. Now, this was in the beginning. He didn't know the layout of the house. I will say that. And I stayed away from the case there for a couple of months because of what he said in the video. And I started looking into a couple months later, there was something that happened on the news. Like the police beat this boy to death. And it was in Texas, I believe. And for some reason, I just wanted to research and see if law enforcement was Freemason. So, when I was searching, I came upon the Idaho case in that category, Freemason. And I saw the address and all that stuff. So that's when I started really getting into it. I would read the comments off of videos. And then I started following the creators around YouTube. I don't know for sure. I think Lana was one of the first ones I watched. I found Roy. He was making that video about DoorDash where he went to the restaurant. And through Roy, that's how I found Tommy. And then Dago was mixed in there somewhere too. So that's who all I was watching in the beginning. So that's how I came upon this case. If y'all want to get up here, Cluminati, hey Rui, I watched Cluminati some. She was good in the beginning when she did Idaho 4. She really was. So let me play this video for you. Hey Jackie, how are you? Hey Lucy, I do want y'all to see this video I do want to see your opinion, what y'all think. Idaho 4 revealed, yes. Oh, and Bubbly, I came across Bubbly with Tommy. Hey, Witchy was, and silly salary. I don't know if Cluminati's still around, but she doesn't do Idaho anymore. Thought Riot was really good too. Now, if anybody wants to get on panel with me, you can come up here and talk. And plus, I found an article that kind of goes along with the video. And I'm wondering about how much this has been staged. Brendan? Who was Brendan? Lucy will never get up on the panel. It'd be a miracle if Lucy got up here. Yeah, Thought Riot. She says we can't afford her. Oh. I don't know what happened to Thought Riot and why they stopped. Here, let me put the link out there just in case someone wants to come up here. Lucy says they are feds. Who are the feds? Oh, Drip Drop. Yeah, Circus. He hasn't done anything lately. I used to, now I did watch him some in the beginning too, actually, because his music that would be in the videos would just get me. Oh, they're on Thought Riot. Okay, okay, I got what you're saying. Oh, you never said Fed? Okay, I must have misread that. Oh, you said employed by the state. Oh, I wish we could see Drip Drop's face. Oh. So what's, I mean, oh God. You have to raise your hand in order to talk to her? Scully. Ah. Lucy was Rolo's and Kane's. Hmm. Yeah, me too, which he was. Okay. I guess I'm gonna go ahead. Are you real close to Rolo, Lucy? Oh yeah, I did go into um when I first found Roy when he did his video about going into the DoorDash place, Evil CJ was interviewing him. And yeah, I really liked Roy after that. And I don't know why Roy stopped. Oh, really? Wow. I didn't know that he said anything about I don't know what happened to him, Jackie. I don't know where Roy went. I mean, why he stopped. Yeah, get a clue. I would listen to him sometimes. No, he doesn't, Jackie. Yeah. No, he doesn't no more, witchy. He doesn't. Yeah, Lucy. I wonder what he's got to say right now. Yeah, that's true. What Lucy said. Yeah. I think on any platform, Liv, it's hard to talk about that stuff. Lucy. Oh, so he turned guiltier in the end? Huh. No. Swamp Rose, yes. She was real sweet. I don't know why she stopped. Oh, why do people do that? Yep. And Elle has to deal with that too. She says, tell it to Elle. Jealousy. Yeah. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna play that video and y'all don't get mad at me, okay? This is how I came about the Idaho case. This is the new what was my news. I could never be a creator after watching what everyone goes through. It sure didn't help Tommy. Now Tommy was dedicated to everybody, his family. He called everybody his family. I mean, he loved everybody. I wonder why, Mouse. I wonder why you feel that way. Well, this is hard. This is hard. I mean, I want to show you a video, and I'm wondering if y'all get mad at me, but I don't know. It might y'all might like it too. Here, let me put this. We can discuss it afterwards because it has been coming up. That this stuff, I mean, it's starting to come up. Let me see. Let me see if I got it on my share screen. Nope. Hold on. Oh, that's right. I didn't push play on it. Let me push play. Gee, I don't know why it's YouTube slow. Mac on. Okay, here we go. Now, He has some good videos. If you want to see about some of the stuff that's going on in the world, he's good to watch. Mag Bitter Truth. Okay, hold on a second. Let me, well, I'll probably already do that anyway. Okay, let me put myself, let me do that. Okay, y'all. I know y'all are talking to each other too. So, I mean, go ahead and chat and listen. And here's the channel, Mag Bitter Truth Official. And he's calling this that right there. I don't want to call it out because I don't know if you can say that word right there.
On with another bam. Now I don't know if they're running for hoax of the year with these psyops that they're pulling off on the masses, but it's a few of them out there on the table, like the supposed be Shankrila Robinson, that supposedly go to Mexico and die there. You know what I mean? I break that down, on my podcast. You can find it on Spotify. But we go get into this one with the so-called Idaho, murders, the so-called University of Idaho murders. They tell you that 4 people got murdered in a so-called home.
Yep. Just hear him out. I mean, just go through this video with him and see what you think. I don't know how to do an echo thing. Audio. No, I'm not using the same browser as StreamYard. This one won't let me play it over here. I have to go over there. What's this? Let me go back over here. See what's going on here. Let me try it again.
We go get into this right here and break it down. See what they're trying to tell the masses. Like I say, it's running for hoax of the year. Make it go on.
And welcome back to the news at 4. It's been 5 days since 4 universities.
Is it echoing now? Hey, Big Amish. I don't see anything, Scully, I've got an iPhone. I don't see anything that tells me noise, echo cancellation or anything like that. Audio. Yeah, the echo cancellation has been turned on. It's on. Yeah, I clicked it. I'll just play it. It'll probably stop.
University of Idaho students were found dead inside their home just off campus, and still very little details have been released about what happened that night. But here's what we know as of this afternoon. On Sunday, just before noon, someone called 911 to report an unconscious person at a home.
You have to pay attention here, people. Pay attention to the details.
Okay, hey Lav, for all y'all coming in, this video. Hey Stone, this video is how I found out about the Idaho 4. and you say it is echoing. I don't know what the heck. No, it's a long video, Scully. But hold on.
Let out, and that's how you go figure it out if you have some wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. You will figure it out what it is.
Come
Not
on.
unconscious. Again, go back.
As of this afternoon, on Sunday, just before noon, someone called 911 to report an
I can't even
unconscious
stop
person
the
at a home.
dang thing. Okay, Scully. Usually when videos start out echoing, they will stop as they go in. Okay. There you go. What is this? No. It did start to stop when it was playing. I mean, I can close it out and go back into YouTube again that way. Let me exit. Let me exit. Stop sharing. Hold on, I'm refreshing, redoing it again.
Person at a home on King Road.
Masses, but it's a few of them out there.
Okay. Now, let me share screen again. Okay. And listen with the open mind, y'all. This is how I found out about the case.
On the table.
And it's always been
Like
in the
the
back of my
supposed
mind.
Shankrila Robinson. that supposedly go to Mexico and die there. You know what I mean? I break that down, you know, on my podcast. You can find it on Spotify. But we go get into this one with the so-called Idaho, you know, murders, the so-called University of Idaho murders. They tell you that 4 people got murdered in a so-called home. We go get into this right here and break it down. See what they're trying to tell the masses. Like I said, it's running for hoax of the year. Make it go on.
And welcome back to the news at 4. It's been 5 days since 4 University of Idaho students were found dead inside their home just off campus. And still very little details have been released about what happened that night. But here's what we know as of this afternoon. On Sunday, just before noon, someone called 911 to report an unconscious person at a home.
You have to pay attention here, people. Pay attention to the details that they let out, and that's how you go figure it out. If you have some wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, you will figure it out what it is. Now they tell you that somebody dialed 911 to report an unconscious person. Basically, that's what they tell you at first. Listen again. Go back.
As of this afternoon, on Sunday, just before noon, someone called 911 to report an unconscious person at a home on King Road in Moscow. That's where police found the 4 victims: Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Haley Gonzalez.
Hold on, and that's another thing you got to pay attention to those names. They're not real. They're all made up. Do you hear the name? And people, I always tell you, man, I always remind you that these are all made up shit. You can't make up these names and expect them to pass. If you have any kind of brain, you're gonna see it. You're gonna understand. Pay attention again, people, with the names. The names alone expose them. Nobody got those names. You understand? Listen.
Unconscious person at home on King Road in Moscow. That's where police found the 4 victims. There were 2 other roommates in the home at the time of the murders. And when police got there, they were not hurt. And police say they are cooperating.
They are cooperating. Remember, this is a knife killing, people. You go into a home, stab 4 people to death. The other 2 people in the building never even heard you. They didn't even aware of it. They actually.
He's from Jamaica. That's why he has that. Why he talks like that.
And believe that one of them people that was stabbed to death was unconscious. They couldn't see no knife wound. They couldn't see no blood. That's why they mistake it for a supposed this person just unconscious. They didn't never know about the stabbing. They never call the police. You understand? About a stabbing, they call him about somebody unconscious. What that tell you? Okay, let's finish listening.
Police wouldn't go so far, though, as to call them witnesses and estimate the coroner's office.
You wouldn't call them witnesses, but you can call them suspects. Because you can't go in a building, stab 4 people out of 6, and the other 2 ain't aware of it. How can't you hear when people get stabbed to death? Somebody gonna scream out, somebody gonna make some kind of noise to wake up the other sleeping people. You think you can go in a room with 6 people and stab 4 of them out of it to death without the other 2 knowing? That don't sound right, people. It's bullshit.
Released the autopsies and found all 4 were stabbed to death with a knife early Sunday morning. Police have not found a suspect or suspects and don't have any people of interest right now. An investigative report.
So they don't call those other 2 people that was in the home person of interest. They don't call them that. They never even call them witnesses or supposedly, suspects. What happened, people? Just like I tell you in the Shankrila Robinson case, they have the peoples that right there and nobody get charged. That's kind of built up to be a hoax, people. You got to understand how real life works and how these stories that they give you works. Both of them don't match up with real life. Real life don't match up with these things that they're telling you. You understand? It would have been a completely different story if it was real. But it is a hoax.
Morgan Romero joins us live here on the news. I've been digging into this. What have you learned?
Yeah, we did learn today, Shira, that the
Here he
police
is right here.
it's likely that at least some of the 4 victims were asleep at the time.
So of course the coroner didn't
This
know.
was when the
that they
case
was
came
asleep.
out.
Some of them must sleep while they were stabbed because they can't explain.
Now, I would like to know what his view is now after 3 years, seeing all of us involved in this case, obsessed with this case, playing the clue game we're playing. We're being thrown here and there. There's no truth. Everybody's lying. It looks like some of the stuff is staged, except, you know what I'm talking about. So I just wanted to show you what I first learned. And this case took me away from the conspiracy theories that were going on in our world, which is coming true, and it scares me to death. So that's probably another reason why I'm obsessed with this case. So I don't have to watch the real news. Okay.
And why the other two people didn't wake up while they were stabbing them? It don't matter if they was asleep, people. They're gonna wake up and they even talk about defensive wound. We gonna get to that in a minute. Make it wrong.
Specify which of the 4 victims. We also know that this happened in the early morning hours of Sunday. That is confirmed. The coroner tells 7 Investigates bed sheets were taken from the home for testing, but she couldn't speak to
testing what? What you gonna test on a bed sheet? What a dumb shit, people. What a dumb shit.
Defensive wounds or the specific time of death on Sunday morning. Police put out a clearer picture of the hours leading up to the attack. They released a timeline and the locations of where all 4 victims were before they were murdered at their home on
But you can't really find the murders. You can't really find nothing.
Me too, Witchy. I mean, I go to work, I sleep, and this is my social life. Idaho 4, talking to y'all in the lives, whichever live we're in, you know, and I've met so many people through here. Here lately, I've noticed people are acting antsy or something. I don't know. Maybe like we're all getting frustrated with being tossed here and there, tossed here and there. We don't know what's going on. We don't know who's telling the truth. We don't know who's lying. You know, we don't know if they were killed outside the house and brought back to the room and staged. We don't know if they were killed in the house and staged then. So, and it just brought me back to this video when I first learned, you know, of the case. Hello, Jeff. You came in on a interesting video.
Into the murders, you only can tie some loose ends out there, but you can't tie to the murder. Get the fuck out of here. Bullshit out.
I'm going to look over his
This
cussing.
attack on 4 college students happened less than a mile from the University of Idaho campus. Sororities and fraternities and their out-of-houses are mostly centralized in this area. New information from Idaho State Police reveals 2 of the victims, Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle, were
Those
together
names sound weird, people. They're not real. Wow.
Saturday night, November 12th.
And take a look at that right there, people. They show you that big cross right there for a reason. It's devil work.
Now, when he says that stuff about the names, just overlook the names, because he's like the ones that take the names and get the numbers off their names to see if they match a certain number for it to be Freemason or Illuminati.
100%.
They went to a Sigma Chi fraternity party across from their home on King Road from 8 to 9 p.m.
Of course, you know.
The other 2 victims, Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogan, were at the Corner Club on Main Street.
And take a look at the dates and everything, people. All coding. Okay.
About a mile and a half away from the home on King Road. Police say they were there from around 10 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. After leaving the bar, the girls went to the grub truck just down Main
You
Street.
see how they do it, people? They know details for details all the way up. But they don't know nothing about the supposed murder. You can track, you can go back, you can do all of that shit. But you can't do nothing to tie the murder to anybody. What a dumb shit for the masses. What is all this for? Does it make sense? No, all of this shit is staged. And I tell you, people, the first time...
He always says dumb shit for the masses. Sometimes I'll laugh at
You're watching the video that they supposedly released right here where they show you where they at. And I'm sitting there like, that don't look like something real. That don't look like, like people just there hanging out and the camera running. It didn't seem like that to me. It seems like a stage fucking event. 100% in. Pay attention here. What they're trying to show you.
Corner Club.
Look at them.
It's
All
about a
stage.
6-minute walk. They're seen in
6-minute
the video
walk,
from the food
holding.
truck, ordering food around 1:40 Sunday morning. UI students tell us it's a common weekend.
So you hear an echo, Jeff? Oh, I need to mute my mic? Okay, I'll try that. And I won't talk, I'll just type.
Routine to go from the Corner Club to the food truck. Idaho State Police says all 4 victims were back at the King Road house, a little more than a mile from the food truck, by 1:45 a.m. Sunday, November 13th. What unfolded after that is unclear.
You see?
It wasn't until
You
noon
see,
on
people? Look at all of that, people. They give you all of those supposed details, videos to match and everything. But when it comes down to the murder, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Wow.
Sunday, police received a call of an unconscious person. When they got to the home on King Road, they found the 4 victims, Ethan, Xana, Kaylee, and Maddie.
So who
dead.
called about the unconscious person? You did never notice the other people? You said one is unconscious. Remember, all 4 victims dead. All of them 4 people is dead. How you just gonna come down and point out one as unconscious? The rest of them is stabbed up to death. Why would you call and say one person is unconscious and leave it to the police to come and find the rest of the bodies? It's garbage, people. Wake your ass up. You can't mistake somebody that's stabbed up for just unconscious. You understand? They never say somebody was stabbed or anything. They said they're unconscious. What a dumb shit.
They confirm all 4 were stabbed early Sunday morning.
Of course they know.
The Latah County coroner tells us all the victims could have been killed with the same knife or a very similar knife.
How the hell you know it's a knife? You don't have no murder weapon. How you know it's a knife? It could be a sword. How you know it's a knife? It could be a machete. How can you tell it's a knife? You never find the damn murder weapon.
Police say they haven't yet found the weapon.
You see, there you go.
And during the only and first news conference held earlier this week, reporters asked Moscow police about that video from the food truck that I mentioned. It's circulating all over social media.
Bullshit. It's all fake shit. What's circulating over social media? Where does it come from on social media? They're the one who posting it to fuck with your brain. As you could see, this one with the pyramid sitting deadly over the head. It's not real, people. It's fake shit they're giving you right here on the news.
Police Chief James Fry says this Twitch video is helping give them the time and space of where Maddie and Kaylee were leading up to their deaths.
Yeah, but you can't do nothing to tie the death to nobody. Look at this fake shit, people.
In this live stream,
it's stage, but live stream is stage. The whole thing is stage. They stage a whole event right here to convince you, yes, of this fake story that they got running for the hoax of the year. 100%.
Truck, you see the girls walk into the frame and up to the food truck. It appears they're with a young man, the one in the hat and dark jacket. Here you can see him put his hood on. He hangs back several feet behind the girls as they order from the food truck.
What
He
girls?
then follows Kaylee and Maddie after they order and stands right next to them. It looks like he never ordered any food, but you can see him talking to other people.
You see, and they can't tell you who that is. And one thing you have to remember, this is supposed to be Idaho. When you hear Idaho, what do you think of? Small town, everybody know everybody. I'm not playing. If you go back and check all of them right here, all of them in Idaho, supposed to be in these areas, they know each other like family. That's how small this community is. How come you don't know who's under that hoodie? How comes nobody know? All of these people that was on the scene, they can't tell you who is under that hoodie. It's bullshit. All made up for the dumb masses.
Several minutes later, the girls grab their food, take a picture, laugh and talk to each other, and quickly walk away.
Yeah, where is all of that? They're taking pictures right there. I told you the whole thing is made up, people. It's a dumb shit. Only if you got small brain like a pea, you believe this shit.
One of the
Only
people
if
the
you
young
have
man
low
is talking
IQ.
to points out that the girls left. He throws up his hand,
Look.
waits a moment, and then appears to walk after them.
Oh, who is it? This guy? You was highlighting this guy. Wow. It's a hoax, people. Pay attention. Let's
You
see
see
who
him
walk
wave at the
behind them.
girls and then walk a separate direction.
Wow.
This recording shows all three are at the food truck for about
What
10
a dumb
minutes.
shit, people. This don't look real. Nobody can fool me. That's what you need to remember. This stage right here, this is a stage event. They stage a scene and make it a viral video. Wow. What a dumb shit, people.
You say Kaylee and
What
Madison were home just minutes later by
of
about
course.
1:45.
How would you know? How would you know? You got no camera that's following them. How would you know?
Their home is a little more than a mile from the grub truck.
What a dumb
University
shit
of
about
Idaho
grub
student who says he's friends with the victims told us this young man was with the girls at the corner club before this.
Still can't tell you
ISP
who it
says
is.
authorities contacted the young man in the video
Okay,
and they
did.
interviewed him as part of the investigation. They are not labeling him as a suspect or person of interest at this time.
There you go, people.
Again,
Only TV. You get all of these bullshit. You understand? Where they don't label no suspect, where you can't get nobody that actually gonna charge for the crime, even though it look like open and shut easy. Pay attention.
We're going to turn to the latest on the urgent manhunt for a suspect.
How the fuck you know it's a man? You don't know who do it. Or why would you call it a manhunt? What man is you hunting? It's garbage. The whole thing is fakery. As you could see them right here, people, all of them is fake. 100% fakery. And like I say, when they flash these people on TV, yes, you're never gonna believe what they actually flashing you. It's just made up photos. You understand what I'm saying? I did a lot of videos on it to show you that it's possible. Forget about deep fake and them shit. They do that on you all day on TV. They have more sophisticated technology to show up these people like they're real. Show you photos and everything. I told you about the 9/11 where they tell you they have all the terrorist faces, and I show you and I tell you they're not real. They're just computer generated. They put them all together. They can make faces with the computer. It's not unbelievable, people. You need to remember these are technology that they have hidden from you, and they're barely now showing you their hands. These people is not real. 100%
those
fake.
4 college students in Idaho. Police now say all 4 victims may have been asleep at the time of the attack.
No, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. You can't stop them other people, and everybody's still asleep. It don't make sense, people. One stab don't kill you. You got to understand. You stab the person, now you're awake. The person is awake now. They're not gonna make a sound. So the other people gonna be still asleep while this person get murdered and even fighting back. They say defend soon, so people fight back. Come on, that's bullshit, man. You're there fighting back, fighting a stabber, and the next person laying right beside you or right over there can't hear to wake up. They lay there and also get stabbed to death. It's bullshit.
There for us in Moscow, Idaho, with more.
The reason why it's Moscow.
Yeah, Robin,
Bullshit.
good morning. Authorities tell me the other
One
2
eye?
roommates who survived were also likely asleep, but
Listen.
that they were in the basement.
Wow.
And when they woke up, they thought a
Wow.
roommate had passed out, initially calling friends over.
They pass out and you call friends over. How can you mistake somebody that's stabbed up for somebody that passed out? They're gonna be bloody. It's gonna be a bloody scene, people. What kind of knife can you use to stab somebody where they don't bleed? Wow, people.
Discovered a much more sinister scene.
What a dumb shit. You can't pass
This
that up
morning,
as
police
real.
in Moscow, Idaho, revealing for the first
There's
time
a reason why they call it Moscow. Pay attention.
that before a 911 call was made, the 2 surviving roommates of a deadly rampage that killed
No
4
life to
students
play.
summoned friends to the
No life to
off-campus
play.
home, telling authorities they thought someone on the second
Listen.
floor had, quote, passed out.
How? Why? Why would you thought they pass out? What give you that impression that somebody passed out? Wow. Does that make sense to you, people? Can you imagine somebody get stabbed to death in a bed? What would be that scene, people? Especially somebody that fighting back that got... Come on, man. Are you dumb or what, people? This is bullshit.
Was not waking up.
What I do know is
Wow,
that
he
they
wasn't
woke
waking up.
later in the morning.
Wow, people, he wasn't waking up. Wow, so you try to wake him and you can't see the stab? You can't see the blood? Wow, he just stabbed him with what kind of knife? A paper knife? How did he die? Wow, knife wound and they don't bleed, people? You thought somebody passed out? It's dumb.
They recognized that something was amiss as far as they believed that
What?
the roommate
What?
wouldn't wake up.
Wouldn't wake
They
up.
called some friends. The friends came over.
You call it friends. Listen, people, they call some friends. The friends come over and they still didn't understand what was going on. That was a stab to death person. And they even got 3 more stabbed to death right there. And the peoples that they call over still couldn't notice. It takes the police to come and recognize that everybody in the building almost dead. 4 out of the 6. Wow.
They called 911.
Wow, go back.
Was a miss as far as they believe that the roommate wouldn't wake up.
Wouldn't wake up.
They called some
Wouldn't
friends.
wake
The
up.
friends came over. They called 911, and that's when the officers arrived.
Police say multiple people spoke with the 911 dispatcher before an officer arrived.
Wow.
You have victims with multiple stab wounds.
Multiple.
How does that translate to my roommate's passed out and won't wake up?
Yes, Good question.
So I haven't seen the scene, and I'm not exactly sure what they saw in the morning. But
You haven't seen the scene, but you call yourself a police officer. You call yourself a law enforcement character right there. Come on, man. Remember, people, this is how they do it in court. They bring these people and they're so-called expert and they can tell you what a scene look like and tell you why the scene look like that. And they can break it down by the scene. But I'm saying though, people, these people know what the scene would have looked like, a similar version. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you're gonna say, oh, I didn't see the scene, so I wouldn't. Of course, if you stab 4 people to death in their bed and anybody come on the scene, of course they're gonna notice that's blood there. It's a bed. What it is, red sheet, you're still gonna notice that they bleed. They bled out. Wow, people, you stab somebody to death, the way they're gonna die, they're gonna bleed out. You can't tell me you mistake that for somebody that just passed out. Wow, you bleed when you passed out? Come on,
what
man.
we believe we know is that when they woke up, they
woke up.
believed that the roommate was still passed out, wasn't responding.
Wow,
And
people,
wasn't
how they gonna pass this off as real? That's my question. How did you buy it for real? Come on, people. It's time to wake up. Like I say, if you're juiced up, your brain gonna be fried. Your thoughts gonna be mixed up. You're not gonna understand these things that they're throwing at you. You're just gonna take it and run. This is not real. They can't sell it to people who smart.
To what?
I'm not sure.
Detectives do not believe anyone at the scene was involved in the crime.
You hear that, people? How can you say that? You don't believe nobody on the scene involved in the crime? Absolutely crazy, people. Are you kidding me? Who else did you see a sign of a breaking in? A breaking in entry? No. So, oh my goodness. All right then. Okay.
This TikTok from inside the home showing
Here we
all
go
of the
with
roommates
TikTok now.
together just weeks before.
They're just TV characters. They're just small-time actors. This is how they do it, people. These people is actors. They're putting on a show. Nobody dies. Do you get that yet? Nobody dies. It's a hoax.
The survivors' faces blurred because
Yes, the
police
survivors.
haven't released their identities yet. As the search for the killer intensifies.
Why? Why you don't release their identity? Why you hiding them? Wow.
You say they're targeting certain neighborhoods, looking for surveillance video and
Really?
any new evidence.
You hear that they're targeting certain neighborhood looking for surveillance videos. You need to target just that neighborhood, just the area, just that home. Do you understand? All the videos that you supposedly collect at the food truck and all this shit can't tell you who murdered them. So why the fuck you still looking for more videos from far and wide? You need to concentrate on that particular house, that particular area. Does that make sense, people? Let's listen more.
Looking everywhere.
Frantic for answers, Coronato's brother going door to door with
Bullshit,
flyers
people.
asking neighbors
It's
to
fakery.
search their properties.
It's fakery, people. It's not real. No way it's real. It's just a hoax. What's that? 911? Or that 491? Let's see.
It's a horrible
Coding.
thing that's happened, and somebody needs to be brought to justice.
Meanwhile, Gonzalez's sister has been poring over phone records saying Kaylee made several calls to her longtime boyfriend
Listen.
the night she was killed.
You hear that, people? I told you, only fake cases. You seen it exposed on the so-called internet with them tweeting and writing and talking. Just like I tell you with the Shanquilla Robinson. It's a hoax. That's why you see only investigator you see is the one on YouTube. YouTube and the networks and the internet, these are the people investigating these cases, not no police, because it's a hoax.
The calls went unanswered between 2:26 and 2:52 a.m.
You see that? All
I
coming
know
from
for
the
an
sister.
absolute
There you
fact
go.
that he is not.
There you go, people. The sister is the one who doing the investigation and tell you who's guilty, who's supposed to be a suspect and who's not. I told you, only fake cases you can do this, not in real cases. In real cases, it's the police doing the investigation, not these characters. You're checking phone records and calling out people. Move.
Suspect. He's not suspicious.
Of course, you
He
know you
is
are police.
100% innocent in
You hear
this.
that, people? This is the sister right here investigating the case, can tell you that supposedly your sister boyfriend is 100% innocent. You see what I tell you? Only fucking fake cases. Only fake cases you can do that. In real cases, you have to shut the fuck up and let the police and the investigators handle it. In fake shit, they're solving the crime on the internet. Pay attention.
And this morning, police confirming he is not a suspect.
See,
but
there
they're
you go.
still asking this tight-knit community for information.
Tight-knit community. You have to remember that. That's why I tell you, everybody know everybody. They're just pulling off a psyop right there. All them get paid to do
Right
this.
now, authorities have conducted 90 interviews. They're
course,
chasing
coding.
over 700 leads.
All
And of course,
coding.
all this is happening, Robin, as Ethan's family is laying him to rest today.
They're laying him
All
to
right,
rest.
Kena, thank you so much. We're going to bring in.
Don't take nothing from these clowns. You see him? Take a look at him, people. Iron Man and the masses. Take a look at the face. You believe that was a woman, right? Just like you believe that they're spitting truth on the news. Move.
Another case is gaining interest all over the country.
Of
More
course
than a
it
week
is.
since the quadruple murder, 4 Idaho college students killed, still no suspect. And now we've learned the 2 surviving roommates called friends to the house
You hear that?
before dialing 911.
Yes.
Correspondent Robert Sherman is live at the scene in Moscow. So, Robert, do we know
You're really live at the scene and what you need to be live there for. The murder already supposed to be committed. What can you gain there? Why is you there? It's bullshit, people.
made that call?
Wow. Who made the call? You have to go there to
We
tell
do,
me.
and investigators are not specifically saying who it was, but investigators
See?
are aware of who initially made that 911
Of
call,
course.
which, as you said, Nicole, came after that individual called friends, believing that one of the people in that house behind us was just passed out.
That don't make no sense, people. That's where they rot at, a deep rot. They can't get out of it. Do you understand that? They can't get out of that. A point from the one where 4 people get stabbed in the building, other 2 people there and don't know. Stabbed to death, 4 people out of 6, and the next 2 never have no idea. That's another deep rot they can't get out of.
It all happened last week, Nicole, and they say that those 4 victims were
bullshit.
found on the 2nd and 3rd floors
Yeah, that
of
people,
the
2, 3, 2nd and 3rd floor, coding.
house behind me. Those 4 victims, 20-year-old Ethan
Let's
Chapin.
go back a little bit, people. Ooh, they have a 3rd floor on that fucking house right here, people. They have a 3rd floor on this house right here. This house that behind them, that's a... Get the fuck out of here. They got a 3rd floor there? Second and 3rd floor? Okay then, all right.
And they say that those 4 victims were found on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the house behind me. Those 4 victims, 20-year-old Ethan
Look at them,
Chapin,
people. It's fake.
21-year-old
All of them is
Madison
fake.
Logan.
All of them is fake, people. And all of them is fake. Just pay attention to the photos. They're not real. All made up, computer-generated photos. That's how the news do it. That's how they give you victims, even people that's on the run. All fake shit.
20-year-old Zaina Kernodle and 21-year-old Kaylee Goncalves.
Of course,
Police say the 4
21
were
and
likely
20, all
stabbed to
coding.
death in their sleep. Some had defensive wounds on
Yeah,
their bodies.
The defensive wound tell you that it's bullshit, people. The defensive wound meaning that they was fighting back. So they might have a cut on their hand because they hold on to the knife or something. That's what they call defensive wound. So that means the person, the people that getting stabbed was up and awake. You understand what I'm saying? At some point, even if they was asleep at first, when they get stabbed, they wake up and was fighting back. So why nobody here to wake up, people? Why nobody wake up? And it's only one single man. supposedly. How much people did that murder? You say you have a manhunt going on. How much people did that murder where 4 people get stabbed to death in one home and nobody aware of it? It makes sense to you people?
At this point, Nicole, there are still a lot of unanswered questions
Of
here.
course,
There's
that's
no
what you get in
suspect.
fake
They
shit.
don't have a murder weapon, and they don't have a
You hear
motive.
that?
But despite all these questions being unanswered, investigators are standing by their belief that this was a targeted incident. Take a
You hear
look.
that people, they say it's a targeted incident. That's all they know. Wow. Just like they can tell you a so-called mass shooting is a hate crime right away. Of course, it's a hate crime if they're shooting up somebody. They're shooting up people that they don't know. It could be a hate crime any way you want to take it. But it's all division scheme. But pay attention to this right here.
Based on the evidence at the scene and based off of what we believe that we know, and again, these are from specialists who've been inside that location, is that it does appear to be targeted. I believe that the chief had mentioned
How
that.
can you tell they targeted? How can you tell? Wow.
There was no appearance of forced entry into the location.
All right, people. All right, there you go. A matter of fact, I know a case that's going on right now with a supposed boy kill his family, his mom and dad, murder his parents in the home. And he actually called 911. But the problem is they're saying that there's no forced entry in the house. So they just say, yes, it's his son. The son was like 14 or 15 years old when it happened. And he's supposed to be charging for the crime. He's charging for the murder, even though they don't have no evidence of him doing the crime, supposedly. But all the facts lined up said that nobody coming in the building from outside, no foreigner. So that's why that person is on trial. So why would you basically mark off those 2 people that left in the building and said they're 100% innocent? Where would you get that from? Why wouldn't you call them a suspect? Those are the only suspect you have. Point blank period, the only suspect you have. And then you said there's no forced entry, no sign of forced entry, meaning the killer is inside. So you said the people's been targeted and all of that dumb shit to scatterbrain people, but no, they're not targeted. The people's that in the home is the suspect. No forced entry, meaning it's no foreigner in the building. That is the people who dare actually do it. Now, you say the killer is slappy and the killer do all of this. Did you see blood prints on the door to get out? Do you see any handprints around with blood on it? Since they was fighting back, they're stabbing all these people, blood coming out of them, and you go over here, you stab another one, and you have to stab him 10 times to kill him because he's fighting back. You have blood on your hands, you got blood on you. Did you see a bloody boot walking around in there? Did you see a bloody handprint on the door? All of them things gonna tell you what the fuck is going on. So what is this right here? Why is they buckle and shuffling now? Like I'm gonna mention again, in Forensic File and First 48 and all these TV shows that they made up and put it on to make you believe in these police and law enforcement or easy they solve crime. It's bullshit. So now you're showing us this right here. Want us to believe that it's real. You got all that evidence. You got all that shit piled up. And you can't even point on a suspect. Does that real? What happened to the fucking forensic? Where they at? The ones that done Forensic Files. Where they at? Why? Where's they at to solve this crime? Get out of here. It's bullshit.
I believe that he'd also mentioned the fact that there were two surviving roommates.
Yes.
And you hear again
look, people,
talking.
And look at this right here. I told you it's fake shit. Now, whose vehicle is this? We just say price. What is this? One price, but pay attention, people. What is these they're taking out the home? What this gonna do, people? What is they doing with these brown paper bags? It's supposed to be a 100% bloody scene. What is this? What, they got some bloody sheets in that paper bag? You better get out of here. They're fooling the dumb masses. And what is they doing there? Wow, I told you it's a hoax, people. Time to wake up. These are fake scene, government scene they put together. You see that? They can't show you a real license plate on none of these cars. Wake your ass up. Stage
Those
event.
two surviving roommates there. It is believed, Nicole, that one of them called a friend first,
You hear that?
believing that the people inside the
No.
house were just passed out.
So
Then
if somebody passed out, you call your friend? No, you're supposed to call 911. This is bullshit, people. It makes no sense.
called 911. That's when all four of those bodies were found.
Look at this.
But investigators do
It's
not believe that either one of those roommates were at all involved in the killing.
Why? How? It's the same day they tell you that, people. The same day the crime happened, supposedly, they let these people walk free. They have nothing to do with it 100%, but yet there was no forced entry. How did these people that killed them get in? While they were asleep. Sleeping people can't let nobody in the home. What's going on, people? Told you. You find any loose ends? It's not real. It's a made-up shit. That's what they do. They capture your attention. Why they're destroying you for the end of times. That's why they're giving you all these fake stories back to back to back
that we had
to
here
back.
today. We walked around downtown Moscow, and the University of Idaho campus pretty empty at this point.
There you go.
Many students have gone home early for the Thanksgiving break, and the university expects that some aren't going to feel comfortable coming back after the Thanksgiving holiday. You talk to people here in this community, and they say that this is such a quiet little town, and they feel like that bubble of security.
Yeah, that quiet little town. Like I don't tell you, they pull off a lot of psyops in those small little town. All you need is a few people to cooperate, and bam.
Been popped.
Concerning for sure, and I'm
All
trying
bricks.
to make an effort not to let ladies walk home alone or anything.
What?
It's not expected because this is such a small town. Seems pretty
Ladies
quiet.
walking home. What are you talking about, ladies walking home? Nobody got killed walking home. They got killed in their home. Wow. Wow, man.
Investigators say they're going to need the public's help in order to bring this case
Yes, of
home. And they've
course.
had
Always.
over 90 interviews with
You hear
folks
that?
here in the community. Over 700 tips come
Wow.
in. Those
Everybody
are
got the
continuing to
same
rise
news.
day by day, and they're combing through those meticulously, Nicole. But still, they said somebody somewhere has that piece of information they
You
need.
hear that, people? Somebody somewhere got that piece of information. I guess they say it's you having it. You got the information since it's you solving the case, people. It's not real. Why you think they're letting you solve in the case? Move.
Were the four college kids brutally
Watch this
murdered
right here, people. Pay attention, or they're gonna tell you they die. Listen.
with a knife like this one?
You see, they know exact what kind of knife kill them. You see what I say, people? A knife like this one, and they know exact knife that kill them. Just a TV hoax. You hear me? Look out for the TV show later. That's what it's about. You go call the Idaho murders or the Idaho quadruple murders. That's how they do it, people. It's nothing but a TV production.
It's called a Rambo knife. It's got a
called a
7-inch
Rambo
long
knife.
blade. You can see part of the steel blade is serrated. Detectives have been going to Sporting Good and other stores in
What
the
a
area
dumb shit.
to ask if they sold a brand like this.
You hear that, people? They know already what the fucking brand is. If they sell a brand like this, meaning they know the brand of knife that commit the crime. I'm done. I'm done with this shit. You believe that, people? The brand of knife. So they know the brand of knife. They know it's a Rambo knife. Why the fuck you call a Rambo knife? You need to wake your ass up. It's just TV. It's just TV, people. It's nothing real about it. They're running muck on your brain with Idaho. They're faking the dumb masses.
K-bar. The actual murder weapon has not been found. And
So how the
police
fuck you know what's the murder weapon and the brand of murder weapon? How would you know? Wow.
are searching dumpsters,
Wow.
hoping to find it. The mystery
that,
deepened
people?
when police revealed the shocking information.
Every time you see them, they either have an Idaho or a big high on one of them. It's not real, people. And all these pictures of them hanging out, it's a fake shit. Wake your ass up.
That 2 other roommates were inside the house when the 4 students
There you
were
go, all
slaughtered.
6 of
Published
them.
reports identified the roommates as Dylan Mortensen
Listen.
and Bethany Funk. Both
Bethany Funk, I'm done, man. I told you they can't fool me. You see, I got this mindset right here, people. This mindset right here, man. It's hard as a rock. They can't move me with it. This mindset that I got, they can never pass off nothing fake again. It's over. Do you understand that? That's the kind of mindset you have to have in this world. None of these fucking shit pass off as real. None of them pass the mag. Bethany Funk, you better get the fuck out of here. All of it is fakery. The name, the faces, they all fake.
21. Have they lawyered up? Are they concerned
Number
about
3,
being
coding.
questioned? Are they cooperating?
It's my understanding that they're fully cooperative
They
with
fully
investigators.
cooperate.
The
And of
local police
course,
chief says
the peoples that supposedly be tried for the case are charged, are basically be a suspect. They're fully cooperative. You believe that? What can you cooperate with if you're dead sleep while the crime going on? How the fuck you gonna cooperate with what? You don't know nothing. You don't know shit. You lay there dead supposedly while the whole thing happened.
Until 9 hours after the murders.
You hear that, people? You see that? Just like the Shangri-La Robinson, both of them hitting you at the same time. They all fakery. 9 hours after, that's when they call 911. Coding again.
Surviving witnesses to an incident at 3 or 4 in the morning, and the 911 call didn't come until noon.
And I don't think I ever said that they were witnesses. I said they were there. So, we don't know why that call came in at noon and not in the middle of the night. Well, I'm not going to go into what they shared that night.
This is the house where the murders took place.
Everybody's there that reporting. Everybody's standing right there and said, this is the home, and pointing back. You believe that it's real, people? Which one of these newsmen you believe, or these news reporter you believe actually at the house? It's good for your psyche to understand that they're not. They never did. It's just fake shit, people. It's TV. Welcome to technology, just in case you're dumb. That's a green screen, and they just put the home right there on the screen behind him. He never there.
Keypad lock on the front door, but friends say many people knew the code.
Around
the back of the house is a sliding door.
They have a keypad for the door, and everybody know the code. There you go, people. That's how they get in. Wow.
Which may have been unlocked. The house is large, 6 bedrooms and 3
Bam, 6 bedroom. There you go, people. 3 6s code in, show up again. Okay.
bathrooms. Police aren't saying where in the house the 4 bodies
They
were
can't tell you because it is a hoax. Nobody died.
found. In a day of fast-paced developments, the manager of a food truck popular with students says he remembers victims Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan
all of them involved in the fake
a.m. Sunday. It's only about 2 hours before they were murdered. He also noticed a man who appeared to be watching them, as seen in this video.
Of course, people. The people that in the food truck, they notice that somebody watching them. You see that? Pay attention.
Seems like a guy arrives similar at the same time that they
do. Is that
him?
Wow.
It seems like he almost looks exactly like the camera, and then puts a hat on and pulls his hood up, and then starts moving off to the side, and then is hanging around the truck. Seems interested.
And why you have this busy day, supposedly a busy night, with people coming for food from the food truck, you still get a chance to notice that dude looking at them and putting on a hoodie. Pay attention.
And then leaves around the same time that they leave.
Police have not named any suspects, but are walking back their controversial claim that there is no threat to other students at the University of Idaho.
They know there is no threat. It's a hoax.
Cannot say that there's no threat to the community.
Of course you didn't say that.
And as we have stated, please stay vigilant. Report any suspicious activity.
They always want you to do that, as you can see the pyramid right there with the clock on it. It's all coding, people, and I told you already, police is 33 coding. Why? They're running a lot of psyop on the masses. You can't get it?
And be aware of your surroundings at all times.
A handful of students held a vigil at the campus gates last night. Many have fled the campus.
All bullshit. A moment of silence.
Were also remembered at a University of Idaho basketball game last night. Kaylee Gonsalves' sister.
Take a look at them people. They all fake. 100%, and they're always gonna put somebody in the spotlight and say, yes, that's their family member that died. Pay attention.
For special coverage of the mysterious murders of 4 University of Idaho students, all of them stabbed as they slept.
You hear that?
November 13th, 1 week ago Sunday. The parents of one of the victims said that police have collected a lot of evidence from that house.
You hear that, people? The police have collected a lot of evidence from that house. But pay attention here. Listen. And I'm going to show you it's a hoax. Pay attention.
Police told them the killer was, quote, sloppy and left behind a mess.
Wow.
But police have not yet made an arrest, not yet named a suspect.
You hear that, people? Yes, the person that do the crime was sloppy, and he leave behind a big mess. He's sloppy enough to kill 4 people out of 6 without they know, nobody aware. He killed 4 out of them and left, and he's sloppy. You still can't figure out who killed them yet, but the killer is sloppy. You believe that, people? You can't come up with a suspect, you can't come up with a name, not even close. But it's a sloppy killer. You see that right there? It's just a hoax, people. You hear me or not?
They haven't
It's a
found
hoax.
the knife that was used to kill those kids.
Of course.
They do say that they're not even sure at this point if the killer is still in town.
You see?
The same town where the murders happened,
Wow.
Moscow.
How would you know that, dude? Remember, this gotta be somebody who they know. You don't get it, man. Okay, then.
Idaho. And that means the town, the university, the students, and their families, thousands of miles away, are still living in fear until this butcher is caught.
Yeah, what they call him? A butcher. Until this butcher is caught. I already told you what it is, people. It's a hoax story.
In Chris Anderson, he's a retired homicide detective who spent several years as a fugitive unit supervisor. He is the co-host of the Discovery Plus series Reasonable Doubt, and has a new podcast out with his co-host Fatima Silva. And Joseph Scott Morgan is a certified death investigator and distinguished scholar of applied forensics at Jacksonville State University. He's the host of the podcast Body Bags.
All
Joe, I'm going
TV
to begin with
characters
you
go
if I
body
can.
bag.
DNA phenotyping. I need you to explain to me why if they get any little piece, microscopic piece of that killer, whether it's hair or transfer DNA from his hands.
Look at the fucking face of this one and you know it's bullshit, people. It don't take a lot to spot them. It is bullshit. But if they find a little speck of hair and all of this shit, if the killer is sloppy, you should already have him. He don't left a speck of hair. He don't left no forensic off him. And he's a sloppy killer. Get the fuck out of here.
Microscopic piece of that killer, whether it's hair or transfer DNA from his hands or blood. Maybe there was a fight. He got cut too.
You hear that? Maybe it was a fight. That's why nobody aware of the killer in the building. He ended up killing 4 out of 6.
He build who he is effectively.
Yes.
Can you explain this?
Can build who he is.
Yeah, and if they can get even the smallest amount, as you mentioned, it's amazing what they can do. They can actually recreate a facsimile of this individual. It goes to things like color of hair, stature,
color of hair,
nationality.
How the fuck you gonna find that again? With what?
They can look for certain racial characteristics, eye color. It's quite amazing.
All them people live there the same.
It won't be, say, for instance, the exact person at that moment in time.
Thank you for watching. Go to
that dumb shit. What did you teach us in this, you man in a drag? Look at the face of this one. Wow, I tell you, man. All you have to do is look at the character. I don't give a fuck what they say out their mouth. They can't tell me no truth. I'm looking at the character and say, are you really what you appear to be? What you trying to tell the masses what you are? Is it real? Because I never see nobody that can't fit in their skin. Why your skin stretching so tight under the neck? You have on the wrong suit? Move.
Those horrifying campus murders at the University of Idaho. Police are confirming for the first time that they're looking into reports that one of the 4 victims may have had a stalker.
You hear that, people? They're looking into stalker. One of them 4 victims have a stalker. What a dumb shit. I told you it's not real. Only fake shit they do this. Only fake shit.
Good morning, Kana.
Look, people. Plaid clothing on.
Yeah, Michael, good morning. Authorities say they have looked extensively into reports of this possible danger. And as of this morning, they have not been able to identify or verify a stalker. And as this investigation continues, they are pleading.
Why mention it to the public? You're looking into somebody having a stalker, one of them that died. Why tell it to these news reporter? Why tell it to the public? That's not how the police investigate. That's not how they do work. Why would you tell the public about a damn stalker? You don't have no story or no stalker shit, but you just want to tell the people, yeah, one of them have a stalker, we're aware of it. It's bullshit.
With the public for information.
In a desperate search for answers, police in Idaho say they've received hundreds of pieces of information regarding one of the murder victims, Kaylee Gonzalez, potentially having a stalker.
Listen.
You hope to provide clarity in the near
Why
future.
would the police come and tell you that? Why would he tell you that? What it got to do with shit? You don't understand. Nothing is put together yet. No dots connected. Why tell the reporter about it? TV show.
In regards to
TV
Kaylee
show.
potentially having a stalker.
Yeah, that whole situation. You know, it's a whole nother.
And he holding the pyramid the whole time under the banner right there. It's Illuminati puppet. Lying to the masses. As you could see, the eagle right there is Freemasonry with the star under it. Okay.
It's a whole nother dynamic of this investigation.
Dynamic.
And so that's something obviously that we're looking at.
But this morning, authorities say they have not been able to.
They're looking at it, people, and they announce it to the masses. What a dumb shit, people. Everything the police looking into in a case, they announce it, they put it out there. Wow, so you're putting the killer on the toes or what? What's going on here?
Verify or identify one. This comes as police receive other tips from the community, like surveillance video, which could help investigators piece together a timeline leading to the gruesome stabbing deaths of Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Shanna Coronado, and Ethan Chapin at this off-campus home.
Wow.
Another potential lead for detectives, videos like these of the students posted to Kaylee's TikTok. They could
See,
help.
people? Yes, they posted on TikTok. I already told you, man. You better wake your ass up. It's just a fucking fake shit. And I always tell you about ABC always showing TikTok on their news. Same TikTok that they say, get rid of that, get rid of that. What do you think? Why is this big company, ABC, always have to show you TikTok? Is the same people on them? You better wake up.
Investigation. This one showing her, Maddie, and Shanna seen along with their surviving roommates whose faces we've blurred. One of the last videos posted shows Kaylee and Maddie, lifelong best friends.
In a case like this, though, where the victims and the survivors were all so active on social media,
You hear that?
is that helpful to the investigation to learn about them and their friends and their lives?
Well, I think it's both helpful and it also just enlarges the investigation overall. It just has more people for us to try and contact and try and get.
You hear that, people? That's the internet, right? I told you. Investigating on the internet is what's going on in fake cases. They just put it out to you and let you break it down and try to get the theory out of it that you thought happened. That's why it's so much loose ends, people. What do you think it is? It's something for you to solve. It's not real. It's not real murders. Nobody die. Just a hoax again from Idaho. Like they tell you they get the potatoes from there. Another hoax. I'm gone.
What do y'all think? He is funny. He is funny at times. Oh, gosh. Yep, that's how I found out about Idaho. And I've always had this in the back of my mind when we go through all this stuff, especially lately. I've really wondered about it lately. Here's the link if anybody wants to come up here. He does have some good videos if you want to watch them. Well, I'm glad y'all got a kick out of it. I didn't know if y'all would really think I was crazy showing this video. Oh, hey, Silent. I didn't see you come in. Jamaican Cane. Oh. He kind of made it sound like it could be Dylan and Bethany. Because they were left in the house. There was no forced entry. No blood outside. And here we are running in circles. We are running in circles on this case. We don't know who to believe. You know, we've had Whitcomb with his book, Turvey, Cyray, Steve and Christy really pushing the narrative. Yep, we're no closer to knowing anything than we did when this first started. Yeah, who's going to come up here and join me? Kiss Me's never been on panel. Oh, I know. Yeah, Beth. Yeah, the Blum book and Patterson. That too. Do you want to watch a Tommy video? Be reminded of what he used to think? He did call Jack the Jack of Hearts, right? Yeah, everything seems timed and orchestrated. Now, I'm not saying that they weren't really killed. I'm not saying that. But everything else around it is just staged. A big cover up. Okay, somebody's. Ah,
Okay, how do I turn it off though?
you see down there where your camera and your mic is?
Yeah.
You can turn off the camera. Like, click on that camera and it'll do your picture.
No, okay, I don't know what. Oh, click on the camera?
Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah, the camera icon.
Okay, it says take a photo.
There you go.
Okay, Sydney. Okay, help me. We're on film right now, but we want to take it off. Okay. How do you do it? I don't know.
Do you see the camera icon down at the bottom?
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Manny, is this the camera? Is that okay?
Yeah, now you done it. Now you did it.
Okay, so
yeah.
Okay, now how can I see yours? How can I see you?
Do you see me up there, the purple?
Yeah, okay.
Do you see me now?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, but how could I get out of all this? I want to go to chat. Okay.
Oh, you don't want to be up here?
No, I do want to be up there here with you, honey.
And you're new? I don't know your name. Me? Nice to meet you. Who's that? Is that JJ?
Or but that's my camera. See, Sydney, no, you put me on camera.
Oh, you don't want to be
I don't want to be on. My daughter keeps putting the camera on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Okay. Okay. So what do we get out of this if they are all still alive?
I don't know what's going on. I mean, we don't know who did it still to this day, 4 years later. We're still, searching and searching and searching.
Right.
watching
So what?
videos.
So I don't think that I don't get the benefit of nobody being dead and going through all this.
Oh, the way that
Where the movie
government,
we just watched.
yeah, the way the government and CIA and all them play um fake stories on us to get us distracted from what's really going on in the world. The laws that they're trying to pass behind our backs.
Right.
She needs to mute YouTube. Do you have YouTube on?
I need to mute. Oh my.
Yes, distracted from Congress. And see, and look at all the data centers and the stuff with the digital ID and all that. They're trying to keep us distracted from that so they could pull it on us. I mean, they're slowly pulling it on us. I mean, so far we haven't been able to stop a data center, even though we fuss about it. And the data centers aren't good. They're going to be bad in the future. They're going to be bad. And yeah, they want us distracted from the files, like Silent said, especially from the files. Do you ever get into that stuff? Do you ever watch anything about the New World Order or anything like that?
I have a child that has been telling me things since he was, I don't know, 15 years old. And I never believed anything he said. Until
you
now.
did? Till now?
Because everything he has told me has actually came true.
Yeah. So your son was into the case.
Not this case. No, my son is just in it. My son
into the world stuff, into the new world. Yeah. My family and friends didn't believe me either until recently. I was the one that I lost friends over some of this stuff. Like Silent said about the files, which when I talked about them, I learned through Hillary's emails, through WikiLeaks, and I was talking about all that was going on. And I lost some friends over that when they really thought I was crazy about the human or child, the T word.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
funny because we all thought my mom was going crazy about that stuff too. But everything, I mean, she's passed away now. But
Isaac, I watched Happy. Yes, I did.
More things that she has said is still coming out.
Yep.
So, I mean, the ones that know the stuff were calling crazy.
I know.
But they're not.
Yep. No, we're not. Nope. And Cappy, Silence talking about Cappy. Cappy was the first one that come online and gave us names of the people in Hollywood that he knew that was involved in the files. I'll just call it the files. That way you know what I'm talking about.
But hey, how many islands are out there that we don't know about?
How many
island woman?
How many islands?
There's so many islands out there.
I live on an island. It's called Jamaica. It's one big happy island.
But for real,
you believe in the twizzles of sticks. You think
I believe Twizzle Stick. Okay, Twizzle Stick cut your arm, cut your hand, cut your leg, whatever,
Yes, cut
and
it off,
and
man.
go into the Wawa Hot Springs. You will go in there and come out with no cut.
What?
You will go in the hot springs and come out of the hot
Oh, in the
springs
hot
with
streams. I see what
no
you're talking about.
freaking cut.
Yeah.
Just cut your dick
Like
off
a
and jump
healing
in there. Do
stream.
it now. Like a true Jamaican.
You know what I mean?
I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
Oh, I know
I've done it myself.
Oh, you done it yourself? Where's this stream at?
It's actually in Idaho Falls.
Oh, are you from Idaho?
No, it's in it's a hot springs in Idaho Falls. It's called the Miracle Hot Springs. I think it's called the Miracle.
Dumb shits.
Go. I think it's for real. Look it up. Miracle Hot Springs in Idaho Falls.
I'll give you a miracle.
Okay.
Bombastic. Feeling fantastic. This is Jamaican Kane from
Islands in the
Ireland.
stream. That's what we. Yeah, Liv.
Mommy,
your name is me. Have you been in the
My name is, I'm Noelle.
Oh, you're Noelle. Oh, hey girl. You came up here.
Yes, I'm Noelle.
What's the matter?
Noelle,
You can't see me, man.
Yes.
Noel, what you know about the island? Nothing.
Who's talking
This
to
chat
me? I
is
don't
full
know
of
who's
dumb
talking to me.
shits. It's just dumb shits in this chat. You believe everything the mainstream media tell you. You see these
I don't
people.
watch the mainstream. I don't watch the mainstream.
All
And
of
you know
them
what?
are Muppets. Every single one of them from the island of Jamaica.
Who is that, Lee?
Who's
Don't
with
you see?
Who's
Don't you
with
see? It's the Moscow polarity Mason party. They're here. They have stars on their heads. You're dumb shits if you believe them. Nobody believe them. Just keep talking and keep walking. It's all a lie.
Play it. They will come.
You have
Now,
you have
who's
Corey
that
Feldman
with you?
eyes, me. You have Corey Feldman eyes.
Is that your son? Is that your son, Noelle?
Really bombastic, really fantastic.
I don't
In
know.
Jamaica right now, we know everything that you don't know up there in Idaho Falls.
That's Jamaica
Don't
King.
listen.
Who the hell is Jamaica King?
This Chief Fry, he's telling you all lies. Hey, Chief Fry, did a woman do this crime? Chief Fry, tell me, was it a Jamaican woman? Because a Jamaican woman can do it with a butcher knife. She don't need no Rambo.
No, you lose to the
Really bombastic, really fantastic.
daggers for
Bumbly,
you.
bumbly, bong, 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 bong.
Hey, that's the annoying thing.
Mommy and Daddy, why are we so poor? We all have to sleep on the bombastic, really fantastic, bomb. Bong, 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 bong. Pass the do chip on the left hand side.
Don't
Leah,
drop it.
why do you entertain these dumb shits that believe these stupid Sly Ray theories? He's a stupid ass. We know Jamaica much better on the island.
Oh. Now, we're not saying we believe all that. We're wondering what the heck's going on because we feel like it's all a lie.
It's Stacy Chapin and the female Masonry Eastern Star. The
Okay,
owner
yeah,
of
what was
Lucy
it? What was-
Morningstar.
I heard that
was
about
that?
We know
Stacey.
here Lucy Morningstar in the islands. She's a realtor. She's a good realtor. We like her a lot. But she
Lucy?
is the Eastern Morning Mason Star. Feeling fantastic.
Okay, King.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Let me.
Did you find it?
Fantastic. Bombastic. In the island.
Now, who's that with you, Noelle?
Nobody's with me. I'm all by myself.
You have a minion. A Muppet.
I could. Look at see.
Oh, the Jamaica Cane. That's the one who's talking right
Really
there.
fantastic, really fantastic.
Yeah, well, I'm asking you who that is.
I thought that was Kane or JJ.
No, it's the real Jamaican.
I just did.
Paramasi. Paramasi. Fantastic, feeling fantastic. Rhea, we love your show in Jamaica. It's the best. We go into the hot springs and we cut ourselves all day to your show. All over the island.
Did you find it, Lee? I swear to God.
It's Jamaica. Everything is hot. Even your piss is hot. That's why there's dumb shits in the chat saying that Sly Ray is correct.
Stop calling people dumb shits in the chat.
Everybody's a dumb shit that believes the mainstream media. Go to the islands and ask them. Feeling fantastic, really fantastic.
We don't believe everything. We sure don't.
Don't be Muppets. Don't believe the Jamaican Muppets. They're minion.
Scully, press mute for Kane.
Oh, you want me to mute Kane?
Don't you dare do it, woman. Jamaican woman can do it with a butcher knife.
Oh my God.
Scully, gang, 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 gang.
Really bombastic, really fantastic.
Kane, I wonder why you put your name.
Jamaican woman always be playing with a man name.
Lee, Scully thought I was a bot.
Do what?
Scully thought I was a bot.
Bang lily bang 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 lily bang Scully.
That was in the beginning.
Oh God.
But
now, what's your real name, Jamaican Kane?
You come to the island, Leia, and I show you my real name. It's full of iron.
It's Shaggy.
It's called Pasi Ducci on the left-hand side. It wasn't me.
Shaggy did it.
Really fantastic, really fantastic.
That ain't Kane.
You smoke a weed, you got a Jamaican cane on the island. Come down.
That's not Kane, is it?
I don't know.
Twiz is
your
saying
channel. You got him.
Who's this Kane man? He knows nothing of the Jamaican cane. Bombastic, feeling fantastic.
How are you disguising your voice like that, Kane?
Are you crazy, woman? We're held down here in the island in Kingston, Jamaica. I am the real Kane Baramase. Really fantastic, really fantastic.
I never thought.
What are you telling me? Kiss me,
woman in Ireland, do traditional roll and make me a pie.
Yeah.
Get in the kitchen and make me a pie, Leia.
No, you're supposed to make me some brownies.
Bombastic, feeling fantastic. I don't know brownie. I don't make. I sing. I sing the rap, the rap of Jamaica reggae.
You're supposed to make me brownies and mail them to me.
What you know about the Bob Marley, man? We got the Rastafari right here in Kingston, Jamaica, feeling bombastic, really fantastic.
How does Kane disguise his voice like this?
He has a voice changer.
Hey, Happy Hounds. Scully, is that Kane?
It's because you believe in Chief Fry. That's why I have the Rastafari. That's how you believe in Kingston, Jamaica. Woman, get in the kitchen and make me a pie. Feeling fantastic, really fantastic.
Say hamburger.
Oh, that reminds me.
You know how I fool you, woman? I have Corey Feldman eyes.
I got Betty Davis eyes.
I've never heard Kane impersonate anybody.
Why you know about the woman in Kingston, Jamaica? Scully can't even get up here. Too big of a dumb shit. Believe in the Sly Ray.
Can you tell
Really bombastic, really fantastic.
That's Kane. I don't know. I didn't know Kane could disguise his voice like that. You got me fooled, Kane. If that's you.
Island of Jamaica, we don't fool anyone. We are the real people. Kingston, Jamaica. Really bombastic. Really fantastic.
Oh God, it's just funny.
Rather than keep.
You think it's funny, woman? Make me a pie and get me some Rastafari in Kingston, Jamaica.
I'm not making you no pie.
Run for the shelter of your love.
Prostitute on the left hand side, woman.
Now I know that's Kane.
Send more Muppets, man. We like Muppets. We think the Kane Show and the JJ Show is the best show on the Kingston, Jamaica TV. Better than Inside Edition.
Yes.
Listen.
Is someone? Oh wait, hold on. There we go.
Bombastic, fantastic.
The real Jamaican Kane
Get
is
off the
here
street.
now.
Kingston, The real Jamaica. Jamaican Kane, why'd I be wearing this hat?
Holy shit. That's Dave Chappelle.
What is this echo in Kingston, Jamaica? Yeah, the Rastafari don't echo.
Fly, doggy,
Did not
fly.
shoot the deputy.
That's all I
there
got. I
echo?
can't do Jamaican like you can. They're actual Jamaican.
Yo,
Kane.
is that you open the
freaking door for you, father? What's wrong with you?
Oh, Paramase woman.
I like that.
I do not smoke coke, I only smoke
good.
Santa Mia. I do not smoke coke, I only smoke Santa Mia. I rolled up a 5-seater, then he came onto my car, and we smoked it up, and he fell off the car, and we went to the place. In Kingston, Jamaica is where I play. Jamaica is the number one play. Oh. That's why you say Kingston, Jamaica. You sound like JFK.
You do have an echo, Kane.
I am the Muppet Master.
I'm going mental.
Jamaican Kane, do you know Tootin' McCall's Country Roads?
Country
Kane,
Roads,
you're echoing.
Jamaica. Holy country road. Everybody put here. Woman is fucking Kingston.
What do you mean I've been poking fudge?
It's all the other guests. The only thing that matters is the Kingston, Jamaican King. We have hot springs here. We have hot women.
I'm
We have
echoing.
hot, beautiful men. Hot, beautiful beaches. Beautiful surf. All for you to enjoy. But don't listen to Chief Fry. Bombastic.
Yeah, Kane's always echoing. I think it's Kane that has the echo.
You know what? You're probably onto something, man. He was echoing all night last night during the purge. And kept blaming me.
Kick it.
If someone
Yeah,
has the YouTube open,
Internet
it's no
connection down by the beach.
Well, you have a window open. You have to close the YouTube and hit echo cancellation, woman.
Here we
What?
go,
I
Brian.
don't have a YouTube. I don't have a YouTube going.
Mommy and daddy, why are we so
Last
poor? We all have to sleep on the floor.
I thought about showing. Y'all want to see Vince?
Oh my God, okay. I'm out of here.
I think
I'm
we're all
sorry,
being MK
Noel.
Ultra.
We say goodbye to Noel, and then still low to the Kingston, Jamaica. Echo.
I do have headsets. I don't know
Oh, you
where
need
they're
a headset,
at.
woman. I'll give you a headset. Come down to Kingston, Jamaica there. I'll show you a real man. With iron ease. Paramase.
Yes, for
Dumb
messing
shit.
with me, Kim.
We watch this mainstream media. Hey, dumbass. Juries is just as dumb as you think. Go fuck yourself. Stephen Hitler, Kingston, Jamaica. Bombastic.
Kane, Kane, talk English now.
Really fantastic. What do you think I'm speaking, woman? Get in the kitchen and get me a pie. I want blueberry pie and a bombastic pie. Dinner on the table with rice and beans.
Why
Do it in
is it
Kingston, Jamaica.
echoing? I'm even echoing. What the
It's
heck?
the woman. The woman is always echoing. Always, yeah. Bombastically fantastic. Kingston, Jamaica.
Oh my God. Is there
Have you not
echoing
met
now?
James Fry? He's one of the key Crazy models. fool.
I think I'm echoing.
Now the echo's gone. No, the echo's
I
gone.
turned the echo cancellation on and off.
That was not Kane V. Don't ignore that picture you just saw, people. I am Jamaican Kane in Kingston, Jamaica.
Reggae.
Or the picture you saw. Send more
Am I still echoing?
Kingston, Jamaica, why aren't you making my pie?
No, you're supposed to be making me brownies.
I made you a brownie woman. You wouldn't eat it.
I don't know why it's echoing. Even me.
It's raining here in Kingston, Jamaica.
What'd you think about the video, Kane?
I thought it was stupid shit telling a story, just like Jamaican Kane said.
What was that guy's channel, Leah? I actually enjoyed that guy's outlook.
Mag Bitter Truth. Oh,
I got it right here, man.
Oh, you got it? Okay, yeah, you ought to watch some of his videos.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree
No,
with a lot of what he was
don't
saying.
leave. Do what?
I definitely didn't disagree with a lot of what he was saying.
What is making me echo? Where's Scully?
We need tech support, Scully. There's a burger in there for you. A new burger.
You gotta stop the echoing, Scully.
You have to remove the video you were playing before from the entire screen, everything.
Okay, let me shut that down. Okay, now. See, I'm still echoing. I have no YouTube up.
Yeah, you got to take into consideration, man. The train goes through about 3 to 4 hours of audio checks at the start of every purge because he's echoing the entire time.
That's not true in Kingston, Jamaica, Baramasa.
Kane, drop out and come back in.
Woman never
Maybe
tells a
I
man
need
what
to
to
do
do in
that.
Jamaica.
I didn't hear that.
Oh, there he goes. Now am I echoing? I'm still echoing.
A little bit, but not nearly as much.
I wonder if I need to go out and come back in too.
Oh. I'm not sure. Where's Scully
Yeah, we're
at? He's
all
the tech
echoing.
whisperer.
I do not know what to do. Let me go back to my layouts again. Audio. I had that echo cancellation on.
I'm definitely not good at the technical aspects here. Try to troubleshoot.
Me neither.
I got the echo cancellation on mine, but I definitely hear it echoing.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to Scully. He usually figures it out. I can try to go out and come back.
Case by watching that guy's videos.
Do what?
Oh, sorry, what were you saying?
No, I was wondering what you said about that guy.
Oh, that's how you got introduced into the Idaho 4 videos? Or Idaho 4
Yeah,
case,
because that's I never watched the news. And I got away from mainstream news. And I would get my news through my conspiracy channels. And he was one of them. And he did the Idaho 4. And that's how I found out about it.
I had one of my friends from the Air Force who lives up there contact me about it. That's how I got interested in the case.
Yeah. Do you think he's right about the HOAX? I don't know if you could say that word.
Yeah, I mean, I often joke that this case seems more and more like a horrible mystery fiction murder mystery fiction written by the Gooch, because that's what she does in her full time these days is teach murder mystery courses, various colleges, universities, and libraries.
And it's
she
like
came out of retirement for this case.
And it's like a social experiment on us.
I think part social experiment, part cover-up operation. I think there's a lot of drugs being trafficked up there. Cotton candy, I apologize. And there's a lot of money laundering in and around Coomer Scott Green. He's the Kappa Sigma fraternity butt-chugging champ of 1984.
Yeah, Lucy says a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's a distraction, I think, in part. I mean, I was willing all the way up until the photos of the crime scene was released. I was willing to believe there was an actual crime that was committed, despite of all the other issues I had with everything. But that's not what they, at least what they showed was not, which by all appearances is the inside of 1122 King, or was. It doesn't depict a crime scene, in my opinion.
And they can stage the crime scene photos.
Oh, for sure. And it's funny you mention that, because that's what the Gooch does also. She teaches crime scene courses where she stages crime scenes for the purposes of instruction.
And this is the one that interviewed Dylan.
This is the one they brought in out of retirement, yes ma'am, to interview Dylan. And her father was a military U.S. Army intelligence officer who actually investigated the Manson murders.
What do you think about them?
You know, I'm kind of of the same opinion. I'm open to the idea that they were real, but there's a lot of things around that scream otherwise.
Yeah, just like that article I have about Idaho. He wrote about the Manson murders too. I read all that he wrote about the Manson murders and how it wasn't real.
Yeah, Miles Mathis. Is that his name? Miles Mathis?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's military intelligence around both of those cases.
Yeah. Who's the military intelligence around Idaho?
Well, specifically, you got the Gooch. Her father was a U.S. Army officer. He reported directly to Colonel Paul Tate, which was Sharon Tate's father.
Uh-huh.
He left that assignment and then moved the family to Boise, Idaho, where her twin sister is a deputy sheriff there in Ada County. And the Gooch.
Sharon's Tate, her dad.
No, the Gooch.
Oh, the Gooch, okay.
The Gooch's dad reported to Sharon Tate's dad. They went undercover together, apparently, to investigate Sharon Tate's murder.
Oh, okay.
They both infiltrated the hippie movement in some sort of intelligence operation.
Yeah. And Charles Manson was CIA.
He definitely had the CIA connections, but I think more uniquely, he was a joint MI6 CIA project.
Golly.
So Tom O'Neill didn't write a thing about the MI6 British intelligence in his book. However, Charles Manson had connections to what's known as the Process Church of the Final Judgment. It's a joint MI6 CIA cutout cult. A front like a front company, but a cult.
I gotta figure out this noise cancellation, y'all.
You have your other window open. It's you, woman.
Down by the beach, boy.
No, I
The
don't.
Beach Boys have nothing to do with it. The echo's coming through Leia. Leia needs to leave the studio and come back in.
Okay, I'm gonna leave y'all and come back in.
Let the real Jamaican Kane talk about Kingston, Jamaica.
I just want to address these false allegations in the chat. Lucy Morningstar, no, ma'am, I'm not a cop. I'm formerly a cop, but no, ma'am, I'm not a cop.
You call the Jamaican man racist, yet you look at my black skin. You look at my black skin and you judge me. And you call me a racist. How dare you, sir?
If I wasn't the real Jamaican Kane, why'd I be wearing this hat, man?
Now,
It's not a hat, it's called a scully.
JJ's not echoing.
I'm also
Hey,
not.
No one is echoing anymore. No more echo, woman. You need to make me a pie now. I fix your problem.
Am I echoing?
No one is echoing, woman. Make me a pie. Now, listen. To everyone in the chat that believes this lie, he's lying.
He's a dumb shit. He's a dumb shit.
These dumb shits, they don't know anything. Don't believe them.
No dumb shits.
You are still echoing, Kane.
That's not my problem. That's how you say Kingston, Jamaica. You have to have an echo. Without the echo, it doesn't matter.
That's better.
Because Kane is here to fix it. Unbelievably fantastic, really fantastic. The first one is a big cry, baby. Why are you so sensitive all of a sudden? Just because someone has Jamaican roots. You cry and you go away. You get back here, woman. You're part of this chat whether you like it or not. You know you're listening.
I think
Judge
Stephen Hibbler's part Jamaican.
I have my headphones on twizzle stick. Worry about your headphones, sir. And go chase your Cyrate Taylor on town. Go get your feeling fantastic, really bombastic bread and breakfast. I can't say it. How do you say it in English? I only speak the French of Kingston, Jamaica. Welcome to Feeling Bombastic, really fantastic.
Big time.
I'll give you an echo. This is the echo of the US San Saibitago bug.
Okay, I'm going to try to see if I'm still echoing. Am I echoing?
You want to know, woman. I'll tell you all the dumb shit. I'll teach you each one. I'll teach you about the lock bar. You know about the lock bar, sir. I'll tell you all about it. Hold on, let me pull up Google. Twiz has Corey Feldman eyes.
I wanted to watch Vivian. Y'all want to watch Vivian?
I want to see Vivian's OnlyFans page.
Oh, I could show you some of her TikTok. Her TikTok is like mild.
This is a family show, woman.
Yeah, she gets a little raunchy in her TikToks.
A lock bar is a type of watch. It's called a low bar. You just don't know how to spell it, Twiz. That's what it is. Bombastic, feeling fantastic. It's a good one.
Rather than keep paying those same dues.
Okay, let me see. Okay, here she is.
Better.
She looks Jamaican.
You're making me crazy.
And just run away with it.
Yes.
You know, go out there and brag about the work you did and say you solved the case and all of this. And in the meantime, they claim they weren't even going to use the DNA at trial. They won't say that that's how they identified Brian Kohberger. Like these two actions with Othram being allowed to run around and say that, and then what actually happened,
let's talk about
don't
this. Guess what?
jive.
The
Like,
case doesn't get solved
I don't
without
believe
Othram,
Othram
because they
came to
have
any
these
kind of
proprietary
conclusion. They were
S&P
stopped
profile
and
system.
interrupted
Okay?
before they were able
Kinsman.
to.
There's very
come
few
to a
labs in the
conclusion.
U.S.
But yet
that do S&P.
they're letting them run
Othram's one of
around
them.
in public
Without
and say,
that S&P profile, the
we did it.
FBI
We
could
did all
not have
this.
taken it
Because
and put
it backs
in
up their
expanded
claim.
databases.
It backs up
So yes,
that they solved this
Othram
horrendous
is who
quadruple
helped solve the
homicide case,
crime,
and there's such a
because
great,
without their S&P
you know,
profile,
it's such a great opportunity for
we
them.
There's two people talking at the same time. I can't understand it, man. This is Kingston, Jamaica.
I know. Let me try. What in the world?
It's like a woman trying
Future
to
sponsor work. Meanwhile,
so
in
they
the
take the
background,
victory
the
lap.
FBI ran as far away from this as they could.
Let me
Too many voice dads.
let me go out of YouTube and come back in.
You need to get out of YouTube altogether. Get out of YouTube. There's no YouTube and open and all.
I don't have any YouTube open, I promise. Can you all see my screen up there? Okay, let me try it again.
All I see are Muppets. 45 minutes. Bombastic.
Yeah, she was showing Dago first. Wait a minute.
There's a reason for that, okay? There's definitely a reason.
Okay, so I apologize. I have not gotten to my newest installment of Desperate Conspiracy Wives yet. I've been working on it for over 2 months now, so a lot of it's probably going to be outdated when I do finally finish it. But I've had life, you know, family obligations, work, vacation, other things. Things get in the way. Life gets in the way. But I did want to put this video out because last week especially there was just a lot of egregious misinformation and some flat out lies that came out of the YouTube streets. So this is a compilation of things that I noticed.
You can't see the screen
or
on the
that were sent
screen,
to me
woman.
by people of YouTube creators just really out of line. So let's get started.
Hold on.
Shall
Add
we?
to the
Somebody
stage.
have her phone because guess what Dylan said? Dylan says, I know Xana's dad's name's Jeff. It's like, did
Right.
Jeff to say she wasn't feeling well?
What the fuck? She couldn't even say her last name, Lana.
Okay, so I apologize. I have no.
Okay. I didn't share screen evidently. I didn't do something right because y'all
Add
can't
to
see it.
stage. Just click on the thumbnail.
I'm still learning.
I'm still echoing the keeps on.
Look at that look. Can you see that look
Nice
right
pause.
there?
Perfect. Nice pause. Perfect. That's a real Jamaican woman.
Oh yeah,
She's a
right.
Dumb shit. Dumb shit.
Oh god. Okay, here we go.
Bombastic
Not gotten to my newest installment of Desperate Conspiracy Wives yet. I've been working on it for over 2 months now, so a lot of it's probably going to be outdated when I do finally finish it. But I've had life, you know, family obligations, work, vacation, other things. Things get in the way. Life gets in the way. But I did want to put this video out because last week especially there was just a lot of egregious misinformation and some flat out lies that came out of the YouTube streets. So this is a compilation of things that I noticed or that was sent to me by people of YouTube creators just really out of line. So let's get started. Shall we?
Somebody have her phone because guess what Dylan said? Dylan says, I know Xana's dad's name's Jeff. It's like, did Jeff to say she wasn't feeling well?
She couldn't even say her last name, Lana. So at that point, she didn't know her well enough to know that. Unless, there you go.
His parents' names, but God, did Dylan say, oh, I know her dad's name's Jeff? You know, because in Xana's phone, Xana's phone say Jeff Dad. You know what I mean? Jeff Daddy. Like I don't know what you call their dad, but on their phones when they're like in college, like they have their mom's names or their dad's names, and they put like the name, but then they put like mom or dad. You know what I mean?
So did somebody did he send a message and say, hey, I'm going to come hang out? And somebody grabbed her phone and said, no, I don't feel well.
Okay, so Jeff came over to the house the week before when it was University of Idaho Parents Weekend. Remember, he fixed the faulty hinge on the front door. So Dylan would have met him then, that weekend before, and would have known his first name. So, yeah, this isn't suspicious at all that she knew his first name. But hey, keep trying to make something out of nothing, Alana and Dago.
Specifically says, when I went down to Bethany's room, I was laying in her bed and looking out the window. No, ma'am, you were not. Because can't see out the window.
You motherfuckers ain't looking out the window.
Well, yes, ma'am. You actually could see out the window in Bethany's room. Here's her blind, and you can see the edge of her bed right there. Oh, here's a...
Is the video echoing?
I think it's playing two different videos. Like at the same time, maybe. There was definitely an echo. Yeah.
Well, I gotta fix this because everybody's leaving.
Yeah, I think it's probably Kane as well. I agree with Twiz.
Kane's on mute right now, right?
Oh,
Kane,
I don't know.
Really fantastic, really fantastic, bombastic.
Okay, Kane's muted. You link something?
If you play a video, you have to play it in a different browser. In case on Jamaica, really fantastic.
Okay, you got Viv's most recent one, Christmas for the Pro Burgers.
Who is this Viv? Just another dumb shit. Let's go to Kingston, Jamaica, and feel bombastic, really fantastic.
Okay, hold on. Let me play that for a minute. So.
Let the people go if they can't handle the echo. Or they want to cry like Noel. Noel wants to cry. Cry, woman. No, woman, no cry. Feeling bombastic, really bombastic.
Okay, now you gave me another link. Yeah, that's the one you gave me, Liv.
Liv gets up here with that sweet ass.
Let me see. Stop sharing. Okay, let me get out of that.
What you know about my GFA, woman?
Now you don't sound, I don't hear echoing right now.
You don't know the echo. What you know about the Bob Marley? Rastafari.
You said Bob Marley?
Bob Marley.
Okay, hold on a second.
Go cry like the woman. No woman, no cry. Bombastic.
Murderer of Kaylee Maddie.
Okay, now I gotta share this. Okay, this is a different one. I guess this is her most recent one.
So if you follow true crime, then you know earlier this week, the scumbag murderer of Kaylee, Maddie, Sam, and Ethan, the Idaho 4 case, filed a petition for post-conviction relief. Yes, He wants to take back his guilty plea. So, of course, you knew that sent waves through the true crime community, and some of the more unethical content creators acted like their favorite team won the Super Bowl. I mean, some of them were giving speeches like they had just won the Academy Awards. So, I compiled some highlights, or should I say lowlights, of some of these people, and let's take a watch at these moments of mental health issues. Shall we?
And I wish I could really paint this picture to everyone watching, because I know I wasn't on air with Ron and Sam, but I was in the chat and I was so excited that we were getting this information out. And when I first got the information about what had happened in Brian's petition, I was literally at a soccer field, in California, at Surf Cup in San Diego, my home away from home. And I was on the phone and literally like cheering and screaming, and it wasn't for my son's soccer game, I'll tell you that. And so I wish I had like just someone to video me. So I was like, yes, yes, yes. And you know, it just kind of gave you some validation that everything we're all doing is for the right reasons. And I'm so glad that Brian actually used his voice.
Screaming is so awesome. Let me just tell you, this is great.
I got so excited I almost beat myself.
I feel like it's time
to go down. Yeah, I've been busy every morning, Jesse. I feel like I want to go downtown and like go to the bars that are near the attorney's offices.
You guys go to whenever you guys are walking under the ring like this. I feel like walking in front of Jeff H like this right now.
All right, y'all. We are doing enough. Koberger taking back the guilty plea. Koberger talks. Ha! All right. You're not missing the block party. Come on in, honey. I just do hope, and I pray, of course, as a believer, that he knows what he's doing. Finally. Final freaking guys. This is crazy. Can you believe this? What is going through your mind right now? What is absolutely going through your mind right now? We relentlessly have nonstop shared this man's innocence. Woo! It has been a long road for Brian Koberger. Now, what the fuck, Moscow? What did you promise this guy to take the fall? Holy shit. Ooh, don't get me spicy up here on a Monday morning. And this is how we take back America. This is how we take back America, folks. This is huge. Absolutely huge. He wants a trial. He wants to set the record straight. Wow. How does this make you guys feel after all of the battling and arguing with the trolls on the internet?
Big day, isn't it? I know you've been waiting for this day. It's very exciting to see many.
Oh, everybody's posting it, man. I just put it on TikTok. I just went on with some girls just talking about it. She's like, I knew he was innocent. I'm like, I got it. I hope these girls going live right now because I need to go up and what's going on? Damn. Everybody's posting it. Everybody's on the internet right now talking about it.
Oh, yep. As soon as I got off work, I had literally 6 different people sending me that. Dakota was like crying, having a fucking party.
We have a party.
We are having a fucking party.
Dude, I haven't drank so long. I might have a drink tonight. Fuck yeah, let's go. Shit. I'm trying to get drunk tonight with y'all. For real. Yeah, so you already. Dang. I'm at work too. I can't wake it out. I'm going, shit, I'm going to have a drink. We're going to party tonight. I'm so happy. I'm so freaking happy, y'all. Oh my God.
He's appealing his plea deal.
Really?
He's appealing his plea deal. He said he wants a trial.
Fuck yeah.
It's about time, bro.
He wants a fucking trial, y'all. He literally submitted his appeal in fucking time. Thank God.
I hope.
Oh, I'm so happy.
When the truth comes out.
I'm so happy, y'all. I have fucking chills right now. It's down my spine.
Me too.
What a way to start a Monday. You see him say, like, thank you to everyone who's been fighting for my innocence and critically going over the evidence.
Yes.
I'm so excited, y'all. Oh my God.
Hey.
This right here is going to be a hell of a week.
Oh, I'm so excited. Like, I don't know what to
so
do.
excited. We've all been waiting for this fucking day.
Yeah.
This is better than Christmas.
Yeah.
For real, son. You know what I mean?
Maybe people will come out with the truth for immunity.
The fact that you guys like are losing, you guys are just mad because you're losing. You're just mad because you're wrong and you're losing. 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 Does it feel to be on the wrong side? Yeah, sure does.
Yep.
Cece, did you see the article, bitch?
Hi, Cece. I want to know what Brent Turvey is going to come out with because he's going to make a statement, I'm sure.
Somebody please go find Bookie with me. It's safe to come back. It's safe to come back.
Don't we just feel so vindicated though?
Completely vindicated.
You're gonna love it.
I was driving the car. I almost crashed. I was like, what? Oh my goodness.
No, dude, my phone kept going off while I was at work and it was just like TikTok, 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 TikTok. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like,
No way. This was actually reported on Fox. Oh my God. Hold on, you guys. Let me look. What? Do we have breaking news? 8 minutes ago? What? Get everybody in here, you guys. Share this out. Get everybody in here. Get everybody in here. Oh my, I got to call Carlos right now. And oh my God, I'm freaking out. Are you guys freaking out? Actual innocence is my truth. Brian Koberger now wants a trial per New York Times report. Get out of here. Listen to the article. Almost 13 months after he pleaded guilty, Brian Koberger claims he's innocent and says he will fight his conviction for killing 4 University of Idaho students. Are you serious, you guys? Oh my God. Oh my God. We've been vindicated. Let's go. Oh my God, you guys. This is crazy. Oh my gosh. Bubbly. Everybody get in here. Get in here. Share this out, you guys. Yes. Breaking news. Breaking news. Koberger is withdrawing his plea deal. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Blue did it. You know, bringing all this stuff out. Yeah. Bringing all the information out. I mean, all the hard work. Where's Lana? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. You fell off your chair. Thank you so much. Let's do this. Here we go. Here we go. This is amazing. Are you guys I'm so pumped up right now. Oh my God. Oh my God. Brian Koberger is retracting his plea.
clock it.
Thank you.
Clock it.
And it was a 7-minute-old article. And holy shit, you guys. Yes, this is very real. Yes, this is very real. Amazing. Freaking amazing. Oh my God. This sounds so confident. It's not even funny. This is such a confident statement. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I got chills, bro. This is so crazy. This is so crazy. Guys, wouldn't it be something? No, I don't know anything. Let me just put that out there because people read into shit. I don't know anything. What if the Netflix thing coming out in 2 freaking days has actual factual, real information in it? And this is it has something to do with this. That would be insane.
Hello,
Hi,
everyone.
Sam.
It's Sam and Ron. We are missing Kristen, although she should be calling in. So we should get a little of her thoughts today. I think is a big day for everyone in the Idaho 4 community.
Here comes the woman with the cook queen from Kingston, Jamaica, Bahamas.
We've been questioning, and things are going to get really, really interesting now here, Sam. I'm thrilled that he's making the attempt now because, I don't want to see an innocent person in prison for the rest of his life.
Oh, we've been right all along. Welcome to the best channel on YouTube. Welcome, because turns out we were actually right 4 years ago. Wow. Hello. And guys, we were right. We have been right since day 1. I can't wait for the trial. In my opinion, from what I have seen, this young man, Mr. Koberger, is not guilty.
This is crazy that this happened days before that documentary is supposed to drop. God, I love karma. Happy Monday night. It feels like a Friday to me. I had my brother-in-laws and my sister-in-law over. And I had to kick him out of the effing house. I was like, get out of the effing house, because there's a chance that Brian Koberger could be exonerated, and Dylan Mortensen and all of her sketchy friends are indeed the reason why. Woo! Sketchy, because they have all been caught lying since the beginning, and the internet is not done talking about it until all of the right people are behind bars. I said, get the F out of my house. We got to get on live, you guys. The show is on. Let's fucking go. So I don't know about you guys, but if you haven't heard,
Okay, if you haven't heard, there's a chance Brian Koberger could be exonerated, and Dylan Mortensen and all of our sketchy friends are indeed the reason why. Sketchy, because they have all been caught lying since the beginning, and the internet is not done talking about it until all of the right people are behind bars. I was not expecting this today. Let's go. Nobody in my household is on my level. My husband is not on my level with this. So when everybody was like, I have nobody to talk to about this or whatever, don't worry. We have each other, you guys. Let's go.
I can't fly because of my pituitary condition, but I do not care. I'm going to the trial if I have to hitchhike. Do you think someone would really try and harm you over this? Yes. This case is dangerous. The actual reasons for this happening are dangerous. Anybody who believes that this happened because one of these girls rebuked Brian Koberger's romantic advances is completely lost.
Okay, you guys, I'm crying like a baby right now. I was just on Kim's Typically Unique, and breaking news came through about Brian. I guess it happened yesterday. I'm going to read this to you if I can get through it. I'm just shaking right now. Over a year later, it is self-evident that in the State versus Koberger, justice was not served. Oh my God. You guys, this is so big. Oh. You guys, thank you. Thank you for being there, for support in all channels. Support for Brian mostly. Excuse me, I just literally woke up and this is this is the best news ever, right? Oh my gosh, I could not have had better news. This is just amazing. Can we just be quiet for 30 seconds and just say a prayer for Brian? A prayer of strength, protection, innocence, because we know he is. To get the words right, to say to everything he needs to say, for people to come forward. Let's pray for people to come forward for him, right? Because he deserves this. Okay, send some of that grounding to Brian. Oh man, I pray that he gets his feet in the grass sometimes. If there's any in there, I wish I could send him a chunk of grass. I would just send him a chunk every day if I could. Thank you so much. I know this has been hell on you. I can't even imagine what it's been like. But oh my gosh, I knew it. So good, you guys. This is good. We've done it. I hope you guys are proud of yourselves in this community, because you should be.
Dun, dun, dun. That's the intro. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you a special bulletin. Breaking news, y'all, and it's exciting. Brian Koberger finally made a statement after all this time, and he is now seeking to withdraw his guilty plea. What? When the news broke yesterday, y'all, I was in my car and I was driving and I screamed and then I punched my teenage son in the arm. I was so excited. So since yesterday, I've been over here like giggling, kicking my feet. I was really starting to think the man was never going to say a word. But the day we have waited on is here. It's a good day. It's a good day, y'all. Patsy ain't good enough for me. I need the real killers to be held responsible.
I think a lot of apologies should come Bob's way, because I believe I am the only person who has consistently said from the time that the plea deal happened to this very day that the Koberger defense team, Brian Koberger himself, had a plan all along, and this day would come. And you know what? This day is here now. So to all my critics and haters out there, take a step back for Bobby Swami. I don't have a New York Times subscription, so I've got to read the second-rate article from the Statesman. Actual innocence is my truth. A statement by Brian Koberger himself now wants a trial, per New York Times report. Kevin Fixler had to pull up his little panties to write this one. But Bobby Swami is alert and ready. Brian Koberger reached out to the dadgum New York Times, gave a statement. What does his statement say? I'm innocent, withdraw my plea. Garza v. Idaho. Freaking Sire laid it out. This case is over. I'll be there to shake your hand when they release your innocent butt. Koberger. Bob's out.
Holy moly. Holy guacamole. What in the macaroons is going on today, you guys? Oh my gosh. What a happy Monday, you guys. This is in freaking sane. Yes. Definitely heard the news super early this morning. Boom. Brian Koberger's statement. So here we are. So we need to start getting ready for a trial, right? I know, right? It is rare for defendants to win post-conviction challenges.
Okay, negative Nelly. Jeez.
What a crazy day
People I found
this has turned out to be. That's for sure. All right, so we got a good discussion here tonight because, guys, this is like the true crime followers' Christmas morning here today with this news. Bryan Kohberger finally speaks out. Michael, what is your just first reaction to that? I mean, did you doubt it? Did you think it was real?
Oh, well, I'm elated. Finally, he speaks up for himself.
And then I'm glad that this is happening. Everybody that's watching this tonight, you guys should all take a bow because it's not just the creators that deserve, the applause, so to speak, but everybody that's in this community, because no matter from what happens from this point on, we know that Kohberger has noticed all the support from people like us. And for our continued investigation. He mentioned it in his statement. We're going to get to that, but I think it's awesome. I think it's a total vindication from people that called us kooks and nuts and everything. I'm sure
this is a big. This could be the biggest day in years. And it was worth a little wait, in my opinion. And we had a sizzle reel ready to go on the night of a big, huge news. Lots of, oh my gosh, there's so much to talk about tonight. Holy shit. Like it doesn't get bigger. Well, it could get a little bit bigger than this, but this is a monumental.
This is big enough for today. I've had an all I can take for today. I'll be honest with you. So yeah.
And
it's a very special day. So for all of us waiting and grilling and doing all this stuff for years or months or however long, maybe something is actually finally happening.
Today is a blessed day. Actually, every day I believe is a blessed day. But today, we got in some good news, and I hope everyone heard about it. But it's good. It is really good because the truth, no matter what, needs to come out. Somebody definitely frame it. Hallelujah. The truth will set you free. You must be watching us, YouTube creators, watching all of us people on TikTok, and that the world won't give up on the case because there's so many loopholes. Honestly, I'm really happy that Kohberger took his time.
But it is absolutely crazy. Oh, man. I remember I called Mrs. Birdie and she's like, I have goosebumps. It's so weird. This is one of those moments that I feel like I probably will never forget. I will never forget where I was when I saw this news break that something we have all been diving into for years, every night, 7 p.m. Central, whether it was on TikTok, whether it was on YouTube, wherever we were, everybody showed up here. We dove into this case, and to have the validation in a way that Bryan, he's able to talk, he's able to say something. It's just like, wow. Wow. I know what you all are thinking, because I'm sitting here thinking the exact same thing. Holy shit. Bryan Kohberger just told the New York Times that he wants his guilty plea back, that it was built on false promises, a bunch of misinformation and lies, essentially, something that we've been calling out for years. And to finally see Bryan Kohberger talk. Wow. When you heard this news, what was your first thought? Simply Samantha and Tripsy Turvy both said, finally. Abigail said, absolutely insane. Shantae Nicole Cray Cray said, I'm very curious. I'm excited for him. Allie said, finally. Katie the Gardener said, yes, I knew it. Dandy Deb said, no, I thought of you first. Oh, nice. Thank you, Dandy Deb. Appreciate that. Chloe said, excited. Justice. Motherfunker said, about damn time. It's all sus said, ironic timing was my first thought. Jess of the Nest said, I thought it was fake. Crazy Bird Lady said, I screamed and scared the kids. I can absolutely feel that everybody feels a little bit of vindication. Somebody close to him has absolutely been watching the landscape of the internet, channels like this, channels like many other in the Idaho 4 community. And I feel like that was a little nod to people like us who tirelessly looked at every little thing about this case.
I just want to start this video out by saying I will accept apologies in the form of cash. For everyone who came at me and said, oh, you're a Kohberger. Oh, you're supporting a... Oh... What a turn of events that I'm happy to report on today. Kings, queens, and internet cousins, Bryan Kohberger has changed his plea deal from guilty to not guilty, like I stated from the beginning. Now, if you guys have been following this case for long enough, I believe that Bryan Kohberger is innocent of the slaying of the 4 Idaho students.
I am so damn glad he's doing this. We got your back, dude. I mean, I'm just happy to see this. I hope that he gets exonerated. I mean, hello, he says it right there. There's evidence that would exonerate him. I just hope that it all works out for Brian. I haven't listened to anything in about a week because I've had other things going on and I can't keep piling it on mentally. I'm a very empathetic person and I'll just walk around crying, and I sometimes don't understand why, but it's probably because of all this information I take in and I absorb it. And I got to take a break every once in a while. So I apologize. It's not that I don't care. I care a lot. A lot. Anyway, I hope this works out. I hope it works out for him. I really do.
It's truly unbelievable that these people are cheering for a quadruple murderer. They want to free a quadruple murderer. So much that they're cheering at their child's soccer game, not for their child, but for a quadruple murderer. And they're punching their child in the arm because they're excited about a quadruple murderer trying to get out of prison. Excuse me while I go take a shower to wash off all of that gross slime from these people. Like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Why do you want to free a quadruple murderer? And how dare you get on your lives and your podcasts and talk about how you just want justice for Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan? No, you don't want justice for them. You just want to free their murderer. So yeah, I'm going to go take a shower now and do better. Okay.
Yes, go take a shower, man, you stinky rib. You can kiss me where it pee.
That was wild.
Woman, you have to turn off your speaker or you had headphones. Otherwise, there's echo.
I don't have headphones.
Then you can't have a get. You can't do a video. You have to have a headphone. They sell them at the Dollar Tree. $125.
Let me look in the other room and see if they're in there. Hold on. Okay, I found them. Let's see if that works. Okay, let me see where it goes over here. Well, dang,
KJ is in a burger coma right now.
Okay, hold on. Okay, how's this?
Kingston, Jamaica. No more
Okay,
echo.
now
I told you. Remove the real Jamaican cane. There can be only one real Jamaican cane. Bombastic, feeling bombastic.
No, he can be up here too.
He is in a burger coma, walking his dog.
He's in a burger coma?
Yes, and walking his dog.
No, that's JJ, isn't it?
I don't know, lady. Sometimes I think that this is Rocco from New York. It's Saturday night. How you doing? I'm a friend of Jamaican Kane. I like to come on shows sometimes to talk about Koberger's PCR. Do you have any opinions on the PCR?
No.
That's called post-conviction relief for regular guys like
Oh,
you
okay.
and me, Leia. Post-conviction relief is a thing that this Kohlberger fella filed the other day. And everybody's excited about it.
But Viviana, she's always got to take a shower. Whether it's a golden shower, who knows what kind of shower she's taking. She could kiss me where I pee, you know what I'm saying?
You don't sound too Jamaican there, Jamaican Kane.
But this is Jamaican Kane's friend Rocco from New York. It's Saturday night. I like Muppets. I like long walks on the beach with my dog. And I like burgers.
Is it still echoing?
No. Well,
Yes.
You have to turn off your speakers, lady. Like I told you before, you gotta switch the headphones on in your system settings. This is Rocco from New York. It's Saturday night. I like Muppets.
Okay, let me see what I gotta do.
You know those Muppets you have Corey Feldman eyes. I wanted to say real Jamaican King.
They definitely have.
Okay, now how's that?
Totally fantastic.
Am I echoing now? Yes, still.
You have to change out to the system settings, woman, and make me a pie in Kingston, Jamaica.
Let me find my system settings.
Really bombastic, really. Let her know and go cry to podcast over there, woman. Go cry, woman, because Kane is rude. Rude is you talking to the man. When you're a woman, you should be making me a pie. I know you're listening. Kingston, Jamaica, bombastic.
Sometimes Kane gets a little carried away, but it's all right. Just drink a couple of beers and you'll be all right. Woke up 1984. It's okay. This is Rocco from New York. It's Saturday night.
Rocco, are you from perhaps Jamaican Queens, New York?
Jamaican Queens, Bronx, Brooklyn, you name it. I'm from all over. I've been to all the bodegas. I had beer with Shakespeare. Oh, the guy with all the books, the leather-bound books. You know, they call him Pervy. That guy, he used to hang out down on Bronx and Fifth. He's no better than any of us. I'll show you a picture. You can
I heard they had turvy swapping spitting over there in the meat packing district.
Oh, that's not the
Oyster.
only thing he's swapping in the meat packing district, Double J. Let me tell you, I'm Kane from New York. It's Saturday night, Rocco from New York. Didn't know what I said.
Rocco. I thought you were Rocco. Now you're Kane from New York?
Ignore that picture right there. Don't worry about that, parents. Fantastic. You all can go cry to podcasts and they can pal together, man. Kicks on Jamaica bombastic. Sometimes it's not so easy, though, JJ. You have so many agencies involved with this case. They have all. If you watched the Iwu hearing today, you learned something about how justice works in our country. They can kiss me where I pee. What they're trying to do.
Which country is this? Is this America or Jamaica?
It's Jamaica, Queens, man.
It's Jamaica, man.
Well, sometimes what they try to do is put a word salad out there and see how many of us eat the shrimp off the top, and then we charge them for it. You see how it works? That's how they get you.
The word. You know who's not in the word salads is Cy Ray. He's not into the gay stuff. He's not concerned about the gay stuff.
That was the most exciting thing to them that ever happened. But if you watch the EU meeting today with Meghan Markle, this woman couldn't break a mirror if she had 15 mice in her mouth. You know what I mean? That's what we say down here in Jamaican Kingston, Jamaica. Make it Jamaica again and again. Pass the two chip on the left-hand side.
Is that Jamaican style, 15 mice in your mouth?
15 mice.
Hey, 15
and
mice,
6
man.
squirrels in the shirt. You know, just like your grandmother's old tale that she told you
Your
about.
grandmother's old titties, my man.
You can't have 15 minutes abs. It's 16 minutes minimum. I was peeing. Kiss me where I pee.
I did see that Jules called out Phoenix for claiming she talked to the Koberger family and was doing our fundraiser. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's part of the psyop or hoax business. It's just going around like we're getting another round of, hey, I talked to Koberger. We've already seen that before. There's only one person I believe that talks to Koberger. I mean, I believe her story that she believes it is that Jules lady, but you know, we've seen this before, though, is all I'm saying with this Phoenix lady, where these people are like, oh, I talked to Coburgers. There's like half a dozen folks that did that beforehand.
Who like podcasts with Peterson?
A podcast with
A.R.
Peterson, man.
Hayes have all spoken.
She's a full of the shit, man. She's a dumb sheets.
Paramase.
Yeah, I think Jules seems legit, but we see all this before. Like A.R. Hayes used to say that he would write the Coburger podcast with Peterson. She was all up Coburger's butt, saying she did Coburger stuff. There was half a dozen of them.
She wanted to marry Kohlberger, and we all knew it. You know, she was just looking for a free six-pack.
She knows it. I knew it. They all knew it.
It's true. I'm Rocco from New York. It's Saturday night. That's why I tell the truth.
I'm the real Rocco from New York, and it's also Saturday night.
Oh, you're the real Rocco, huh? You're the real Jamaican.
Hey, what are
king.
you doing? Real Rocco, eh?
I'm going down to get a burger at the old bodega.
Hey, how do I echo now?
No more echo. Just me and Jamaica.
Yes, just you.
Down by the beach, boy.
Now you echo again, woman. Get back in the kitchen, make more pie. Make a Jamaican meat pie in the meat packing district. Kiss me where I pee.
Well, yeah, Lucy believes that only Jules talks to the family. I don't know how to figure this out. I guess I could go out and come back in.
I feel like the boy who had his finger in the dike right now, trying to hold back all the water in Kingston, Jamaica.
Okay, I'm gonna
all
go
the
out and
problems
come
come
back in.
flooding out right here on the Stories channel. Make sure you hit
boy,
the like, Paramase. Feeling bombastic, really fantastic. What do you say, Double JH, about the hearing today? Did you watch this?
Down by the beach, boy.
Don't worry about the Beach Boys, Jamaica, Aruba. Take ya, take ya.
That's
Bombastic.
Rocco from New York. What were you saying? This is the real Rocco? It's a Saturday night here at Sin Muppets.
Did anyone watch the hearing today?
Yeah, did you watch that hearing today, Sin Muppets? Sin Muppets.
Okay, now how do I sound?
Sound lovely woman, like a beautiful Jamaican, Kingston Jamaican woman. I want to clone you.
Oh.
So we had a hearing today, Leah. Have you watched the hearing?
No.
Okay, well, you need to go to Jules' channel and play it for us. Because it's very important, and you'll see why when I say it. Come Kingston, Jamaica, feeling bombastic, really fantastic.
Okay. Okay, let me find Jules' channel.
I'm making
Did she
chicken bacon.
Did she do a video or a live?
She did it live. It was earlier today, the first one. It's about halfway through.
Oh, disclosure of public records.
Yeah, you might think it's important to the case that they open up the records.
Okay.
Case on Jamaica by myself. Watch these dumb shits explain themselves in the courtroom. Nothing but
Dumb
lies.
sheets in the chat. Dumb sheets.
Don't insult Noel. She'll go over crying to her podcast. Kane is mean to me, Jamaican Kane.
How do I know you Jamaican Kane, eh?
I'm from Kingston, Jamaica.
Oh, Kingston, Jamaica.
Panama say, security. What? Yeah. What?
Yeah.
You might want to see when she goes over the documents. This is a good place to start, woman. Now get in the kitchen and make me some pie.
Court. So I have this. It's not going to start for another like 15 minutes or so. So I've got some time to just kind of read off this document right here.
I could fast forward.
So this says, these are the records that they are having questions about. So this is the very specific stuff. Hey, Sarah. This is the very specific stuff that they're apparently talking about. Okay. Records Moscow refused to provide. DoorDash driver MM interview 11/23/22. WatchGuard body worn camera plus FBI cognitive interview audio include referenced surveillance clips. King Road camera 356 358 from supplement number 104. Now supplement number 104 is pretty sure the one that they're referencing in way of Brett Payne's interview with Molly. I don't know if that's exactly the number. But it's interesting they're asking for 356 or 358 because Molly is saying that as she is walking down the incline from the back parking lot area towards the front of the house, like towards the front parking area of the house, that there's a car driving the same direction, so going down that way too. And there's like a reddish blonde, spiky haired male driving it with a white, sounds like button up type shirt. And it's a tan vehicle, a tan car. Now, Brett Payne makes it sound as if he is looking at a camera angle that shows SV1 pulling into the parking area behind Molly's vehicle when she turns in to drop off the DoorDash. So this would be after she sees the tan car leaving and she walks back up to get in her car, in her SUV, and then drives back down holding her dog in her lap before she gets into the parking area and gets out to drop off the DoorDash, because that's the story that we were told in her interview. It's interesting that they're claiming that all requests for FBI created records must be submitted directly to the FBI. MPD record is duplicate record. I guess they're putting it this way, but I don't know why they're acting like this is a refusal, because we have Molly McMichael's interview. The body cam, I don't know what body cam they're talking about for that, but we have the interview from 11/23. We've all listened to it several times at this point. The 11/12 King Road cameras with that section was also already paid for. I mean, I don't know the date that they put this in for right here. They don't have a date stamp for it. We got the 11/12 camera footage paid for either the end of October into November is where we started it, something like that. And like November, I know for sure November we had the first chunk of the footage, but then it took like another month before they gave us that freaking muted beginner section. You know what I mean? Like it took a hot minute, but they can't say that MPD is refusing to give this to them. We know from Cyray's report that when it came to Molly's cell phone records and stuff like that, that the FBI did all of that stuff. So if it's FBI cognitive interview and other interviews from the FBI, we already know MPD can't give us anything that the FBI has. Even before that stupid letter came out, we already knew that. But they can't say technically that Moscow's refusing to give this to them when the FBI is is the custodian of the information. And what they did have, which is the interview and obviously the 11/12 surveillance, was a duplicate record, which means they only had to pay $30 for it. That's not really a refusal. Pullman PD body cam from 9/4/24, where MM mentioned seeing Brian. See, why wouldn't EWU know not to ask Moscow PD for something from Pullman? I feel like they've been doing records requests long enough that they should know how to do them. So this is like this just looks like you don't know what you're doing by asking Moscow for this. If you already know that it existed because it's been out to the public, and again, this is something that a YouTube channel got and put out first.
not the one that tried to pretend like they were the first one. There was a whole another actual body cam channel that had this out first. But it's Pullman. So you would need to ask Pullman, shouldn't you know this, being that this is your literal job for how much money, millions of dollars that y'all make every single year? Don't you know how that works? Why are you asking Moscow for something from Pullman? I don't understand that. That's just me. I feel like they should know that. WSU and Moscow neighborhood surveillance cameras, Elantra at 253 to 527. Any request for WSU records must be
Gia is a agentic AI for global HR compliance. You can ask Gia any.
Navan, the #1 rated business travel platform, lets your team book work travel in one place. Flights, hotels, cars.
This should start any second now. I don't know if it's gonna like just start or if I'm gonna have to just keep refreshing it. Yeah, see, and that's the part that I agree with, actually. Like I agree with what EWU is basically trying to claim in way of the custodian thing, because MPD is the freaking lead agency. I've said that the whole time, which is also why I don't understand what's actually happening here either, because ISP created records and sent stuff over to Moscow, right? So when we want something that we see in the ISP record, we ask ISP. Well, I ask ISP because it's theirs, but they always tell me that it got sent to Moscow. So it's Moscow's because they were the lead agency. Okay, they're the lead agency. That's how it's been the entire time that I've been doing this. That it has to go to Moscow because they're the lead agency. They have it. So I don't know. I don't know why they're acting like all of a sudden we're getting started. I thought they weren't going to have their faces. The volume is all the way up.
All right, we are going on the record then. This is EWU Media LLC versus the City of Moscow, the Moscow Police Department. This is cause number CV 2926162. This morning, I have Ms. Kennedy appearing here on Zoom on behalf of the plaintiff in this matter. Ms. James is also present, appearing as EWU this morning.
EWU.
I have Mr. Jones and Ms. Brereton appearing here on Zoom on behalf of the defendants in this matter. Ms. Batista is also present here for the hearing today as well. In addition to that, I have Mr. James appearing on behalf of the interveners, Karen Laramie and Stacy Chapin in this case. And James Chapin and Maisie Chapin. This is the time set in the matter for the petition. Court has reviewed a number of documents in anticipation of oral argument here today. In anticipation, the court has reviewed the original petition in this matter. Prior to the proceeding here today, the court did enter a decision regarding the city's initial response. In that matter, the court did note that it was denying the city's request to dismiss EWU's petition based upon a failure to register to do business in the state of Idaho. That decision was issued on July 2nd of 2026. Since that time, the city has filed a supplemental responsive brief, 3 different declarations in the matter. Declaration of Anthony Dollinger, declaration of Timothy Smallridge, and declaration of Lori Hopkins. And then EWU has filed a supplemental reply brief, and the court has reviewed that as well. Court also had reviewed initially, of course, the responsive briefing filed by Mr. James back on April 20th at that time. So first, Ms. Kennedy, any preliminary matters to take up before the court hears argument this morning?
I don't think so. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Jones, any preliminary matters to take up?
No, Your Honor, we're prepared for argument.
Right. And Mr. James, any preliminary matters to take up?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I guess initially, with that information, my one request or preliminary matter is that the city did file a respondent's request and records log. Subsequent to that, Ms. Kennedy, on behalf of EWU, filed in her reply a table of records at issue. The records at issue that were filed by Ms. Kennedy appears to be, I guess, less than what was included in the respondent's request and records log. And I'm specifically looking at the last EWU request, which was August 28th of 2025, and which was denied or responded to, excuse me, by the city on September 15th of 2025. So, Ms. Kennedy, I guess on behalf of the plaintiffs, are you essentially conceding or saying that the only records at issue are those that are listed in your reply? Or are there still some records that EWU had initially indicated in its August 28, 2025 request that have not been received that you still wish the court to address in its overall decision?
Your Honor, I think we can safely say that what's in Appendix A and B is what we're requesting the court to rule on. There are some documents that the city put in their log and that were in the August 28th, 2025 request that may or may not have payment issues related to them. And so I think those are things that if it's just a matter of EWU making payment for those items, I think that Zach and I can work that out. And we can work that out with the city, but we just want to make it simple for the court. And so yes, you can look at the Appendix A and Appendix B, and those are the records that we would like the court to rule on.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jones, are you in agreement with that at this point?
Your Honor, I'm fine with that. It does kind of, I guess I was going to, and I will include in my oral argument that up until this point, we really didn't really know what was being requested, and it hasn't been narrowed down to this small amount until the eve of the hearing. And so part of our argument is going to be that we weren't sure what exactly was being requested, and that is a significant part of why we kind of got to where we are. And so I'll incorporate that into my argument. But with respect to the fact that this is all they're requesting, I mean, I guess I'm fine with the court narrowing it to incorporate that other aspect of our argument.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You don't know what an AI work management platform is? Yikes. Here's 3 new AI-powered changes.
Mr. James, anything to add on that?
All I would add, Your Honor, is I am pleased that petitioner did narrow it down. This is very helpful, and I think it helped to move the process forward.
All right, thank you. All right, with that then, Ms. Kennedy, I will start with you and you can present argument at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. This case is one of the most significant criminal investigations in Idaho history, and Moscow led the investigation with assistance from other agencies. Now, these other agencies may have produced certain investigatory records, but these records were undisputably used, retained, and compiled by Moscow, and they became Idaho public records. So they must be disclosed unless an exemption applies, and Moscow simply hasn't proven an exemption. They have raised essentially 3 exemptions, which is custodianship, foreign law, and privacy, and I would like to go through each of those exemptions in turn. The first exemption that they've raised is custodianship. But the word custodian in the statute is not an exemption unto itself. And the Idaho Conservation League case, which we cited in our briefing, explains that the identification of the proper custodian has no bearing on whether the public records are exempt from disclosure. The legislature didn't intend custodian to be its own exemption. Custodian is simply the person within the agency who has certain administrative responsibilities for the records. But even if we interpret custodian as its own exemption, the city certainly had custody and control over these documents and is their custodian. They don't dispute that they have custody of the documents, which I think we can agree upon is some kind of physical possession. But they dispute that they have control. And the dictionary defines control as to exercise restraining or directing influence over or to have power over. And they certainly had control over these records. They requested assistance from other agencies, so they essentially requested that these records be created to begin with. These records were then provided by these assisting agencies, the FBI, Pennsylvania State Police, etc. And those were provided to Moscow to assist it in its investigation. Moscow has stated in its declarations that it was the lead agency for handling physical evidence. And that evidence went into their files, into their evidence log. This information was compiled into their files. And our statute related to investigatory records is quite broad, and it defines those records as anything compiled into the agency's files for law enforcement purposes. And these records were used and retained by Moscow, which makes them public records. And presumably these records were given to the prosecution to prosecute this case, which presumably would give them to the defense. And we can assume that some of these records, or maybe all of them, were part of the probable cause to arrest and prosecute Kohberger. So they underlie Moscow's activities as a law enforcement agency and as a governmental agency of Idaho. So they controlled these records, and every record, or I think most records mentioned in Appendix A, are referenced in a publicly available police report. And that's what that SUP number means, is that refers to the police report in which the document appears. And so all these documents were used in some way by Moscow Police Department. And so because of that, we believe that they were therefore controlled by Moscow. And these documents are a major part of the Idaho criminal investigation. If, for example, you take the Kohberger interrogation video, that is a clear Idaho record. Brett Payne from Moscow PD flew to Pennsylvania along with a member of the FBI to interrogate Kohberger in Pennsylvania. My understanding is that that was recorded by Pennsylvania law enforcement at their facility. But merely because it was recorded in Pennsylvania, in a Pennsylvania facility, doesn't somehow transform that into a Pennsylvania and not an Idaho investigatory record, particularly when Idaho law enforcement is there taking part in the interrogation. And so these records, this is a key Idaho record, and many of these other records that we are seeking are key parts of the Idaho investigation. And it would be poor public policy to say that these key criminal investigatory records that were requested to be created by Moscow, used by Moscow in their investigation and prosecution, were then exempt from disclosure to the public merely because they originated with one of these assisting agencies. The public has a right to know about how law enforcement conducted this investigation, and failure to disclose this information just invites unfounded speculation into this case. And so we believe that these documents should be disclosed because Moscow is the custodian and it has custody and control of these records. So the next exemption that's been raised.
I'm just going to interrupt you there for just a minute, kind of taking the pieces in part here. So
I built this website in 5 minutes with Wix Harmony. So I came across this image recently and thought to myself, what if I built an entire brand around this? And so I opened up Wix Harmony.
in reviewing your briefing, but hearing your argument today, are you saying that taking, for example, the example you provided about the interview. So is it EWU's position that if Moscow or some law enforcement part of Moscow, whether it be the city of Moscow or any agency related to Moscow, if they helped in any way in assisting or took part in creating the record, then those are the ones in which they should be able to disclose? Or are you also extending that to, for example, taking your example of a Koberger investigation, if that exists, I don't know, but taking your word for that, if it was just Pennsylvania law enforcement and the FBI who interrogated him, Corporal Payne was not there at all, but yet that record is in the possession of Moscow because it was shared with them. Is it EWU's position that they still must then disclose that, even though it was created and the Moscow had no part in creating that?
Yes, and I think that's because the Idaho Public Records Act is very broad. It says that public records are anything used or retained by the city, and the investigatory records exemption is arguably even broader, and it says investigatory records are those compiled in an agency's records, law enforcement records, just to summarize it. And so if it's that broad, that suggests that information compiled by law enforcement, regardless of who created it, becomes an Idaho Public Records record, and it's subject to disclosure unless there's a particular exemption under the statute. So even if it was an FBI video, an FBI interrogation, so long as Moscow is using it, retaining it, compiling it into their records, it is an Idaho public record that's subject to disclosure. My example for the Koberger interrogation video was merely to just show how absurd this seems to me, that this was actually an interrogation that appears to be conducted by Moscow, but because it happened in another state, or it might have been filmed by Pennsylvania, that the public does not get to see it.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. And then I'm going to follow up with a question that I think you're probably going to address in this next part, but with regard to the next exemption concerning other law and how it may apply, whether it be federal or other state law. And my question is this, is that if EWU were to go to Pennsylvania to get the Pennsylvania record, and Pennsylvania law is more restrictive than Idaho, but Idaho happens to, an agency here in Idaho happens to have that record through that law enforcement sharing process, then my understanding it would be EWU's argument that they should be able to come to Idaho, even though they were rejected in Pennsylvania to get that record that was created by Pennsylvania. They should still be able to come to Idaho.
That's exactly right.
And can you talk about, if any, a chilling effect that might have upon law enforcement agencies in being able to share records and investigations like this?
That's possible. But we have a policy in the state of Idaho that records are subject to disclosure unless there's a statutory exemption out there that expressly exempts the document from disclosure. Pennsylvania, they have a different public policy, apparently. They keep a lot more things private or confidential. Idaho favors disclosure. Now, Pennsylvania could, I kind of doubt that law enforcement says, well, I wonder if I'm going to not help Idaho or not give Idaho information because the public of Idaho might see this. And that seems to me that would be unlikely, that Pennsylvania law enforcement isn't going to assist because somebody in Idaho might later get the record. I suppose that could happen in certain scenarios. But our legislature has made the decision that we're going to favor disclosure of records. And the legislature, could Maybe the court decides that we get the Pennsylvania records and the FBI records, and later the Idaho legislature could say, well, we need to do something about this and create an exemption for records received from outside agencies.
Come here, baby.
But they haven't
Come
done
on.
that yet. They've decided the public policy of the state is going to favor disclosure. So I see that as a legislative problem and not a problem for the court. I don't
Come
think
here.
the court can create an exemption that's not there to serve a public policy. And I think it's a speculative public policy because it doesn't seem to me to be logical that law enforcement from another state wouldn't help, because several years down the road when the case is done, a record might get out. If anything, the law enforcement, I think, that was involved in this case should be proud of their work and should want the public to see what was done here and how the investigation was conducted, because it was, to me, as an outside observer, there was this was ultimately a successful prosecution, and so the public should be able to see those materials.
Great, thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so the next exemption then would be foreign law, and that's state and federal. And state law appears in Idaho Code 74-1041A. And when we look at exemptions under the Idaho Public Records Act, as the court is aware, we narrowly construe any exemptions, and that includes the meaning of the word state. And so, as we've argued in our briefing, state law means Idaho. It means things like the attorney-client privilege. There are other areas of state law that exempt certain documents. And so, state law doesn't mean the law of any other state. It means the law of Idaho. And really, if we interpret state law to mean any state's laws, that's really an absurd reading of the statute, that somehow Pennsylvania or Washington law would apply to Idaho agencies and Idaho records. But even if we can interpret state to mean any state's records, the Pennsylvania and the Washington laws that have been cited only apply by their terms to their own agencies. They don't apply to Idaho or outside states in making public records determinations. Similarly, with federal law, the city's most recent brief was the first time we actually understood what federal law they were claiming an exemption under, and that turned out to be FOIA. But there's a Idaho case that's directly contrary to that position, and that's Magic Valley, which we cited in our briefing. And that case states that the FOIA only governs the disclosure of public information by authorities of the government of the United States. It doesn't purport to govern disclosure of information by state agencies. And so that's exactly the argument that the city is making here, that FOIA somehow governs Moscow and governs the state agencies, but Magic Valley dispenses with that and says FOIA only applies to certain authorities of the United States. There are federal laws, for example, HIPAA and FERPA, that apply directly to states. So, for example, if I went and tried to get information about a patient from a state hospital, or I tried to get educational records from U of I would get an objection under HIPAA or FERPA for sure, because those exemptions actually apply to the state and local agencies. But FOIA is different. FOIA doesn't work that way. It only applies to the government of the United States. And so a federal law, or at least the particular federal law cited here, does not exempt these documents. So moving into the third exemption that they've raised, which is privacy. And we cited the Wade v. Taylor and the Hymas cases. And those cases say that there's no categorical exemption for investigatory records. The city has to show for each record that there's a reasonable probability of harm. So here they would have to show for each record that there's a reasonable probability of an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy, and we just haven't seen that here. And they need to produce some kind of evidence of that, and they haven't done so. And we provided, as I mentioned earlier, Appendix A, which lists the records that have not been disclosed to EWU. I don't know if the city is claiming a privacy exemption of some sort over those records, but we have not seen that to date. So assuming that they're not claiming a privacy exemption over those records, and we're just really talking about Appendix B, which is the body cam footage, they have asserted a privacy interest over those records, but the scope of that privacy interest has already been decided by the court in the permanent injunction. For example, there are witness interviews that have been blurred, and we understand that the court has already decided that those should not be blurred. The bedrooms are probably overly redacted, and we don't want to tread upon the victims and their families' privacy in that regard, but the court's order was narrowed to the death scene and the surrounding area, is my understanding of the order. And the bedrooms appear to be overly redacted. There are more bedrooms redacted than there are victims, so to me that suggests there's over redactions there as well. So we've requested for those records that the court conduct an in-camera review and order certain redactions to be removed as necessary. And I would also like to mention that the city's briefing focuses, they've focused on EWU's business model at several different times in the course of this litigation. But EWU's business model is really irrelevant. In Wade v. Taylor and in other cases, the court has made clear that the requester's motivation is really irrelevant for requesting the records, and agencies aren't supposed to discriminate based on who the requester is. And so any sort of reference to EWU's business model is just irrelevant to this case. So with that being said, none of the exemptions that they've raised, custodianship, foreign law, or privacy apply. And so these records must be disclosed because no exemption has been proven. And in my briefing, I also did mention attorney fees because there wasn't, to me, clarity in the statute in terms of when we request those. So I can argue that now, or I can wait later, depending on the court's preference. But unless you would like to argue the attorney fees portion, I don't have any further comments for today.
It will automatically scan the video and then create professional thumbnails in seconds using AI with no editing and no.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. You can go ahead and argue that now, just so we have it, and then I'll hear from Mr. Jones.
Okay. We did request attorney fees under two separate provisions. I believe it was 74-124 and then 74-116. And 74-116 is kind of the typical attorney fees provision for public records requests, and it mentions frivolousness. But we did also cite Idaho Code 74-124, that's the investigatory records exemption, which has its own fee provision. And it doesn't require a showing of frivolousness, it just requires the court's discretion to award fees. But we listed a number of reasons why we believe an award of fees would be appropriate in our briefing. So the court can reference those, but I think something that stands out to me today is that every argument that the city has made related to an exemption is contrary to established authority in some way. The custodian exemption that was raised is against the Idaho Conservation League case. The foreign law argument that was made is against the Magic Valley case. The privacy argument that was made is against the permanent injunction. And of course, you can make arguments that are, for reversing authority or for changing prior authority. But there was no argument made about why these cases or the court's prior order was wrong or was subject to challenge. the city just sort of argued these things anew. And so because of that, in addition to the other issues we've listed in our briefing, we believe an award of attorney fees and costs would be appropriate. So to overall summarize, what we're requesting is disclosure of the documents in Appendix A, an in-camera review and removal of redactions consistent with the permanent injunction, which would be Appendix B, and then our fees and costs. But thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Jones, response?
Thank you, Your Honor. To begin with, Idaho Code 74102 sub 4 requires that the requests have enough specificity to allow the public agency to determine what the records are and what the records being sought are. It does not require the public agency to engage in any sort of investigation regarding what exactly the petitioner is requesting. And in Wade v. Taylor, which is cited by the petitioner and for other reasons, the main holding in that case is actually that the records that are being reviewed by the court are reviewed at the time of the request, not at the time of the hearing. And that's kind of what we have right now, where we have a much narrower review of the records that are being requested, whereas what the city's been really kind of having to work through is the information that was attached to the declaration of Amy James on March 30th to determine what exactly the records that the petitioner is requesting. And so until the Appendix A came, which is respectfully just too late, the city really didn't know what records the petitioner was requesting, and they lacked specificity. They were ambiguous, and they couldn't be met with reasonable effort.
So Mr. Jones, I do want to ask though, in the respondents in the city's request and records log, and that's, if we look at the time of the request before this litigation was initiated, so August 25th of 2025 was the last request after it had gone through some revisions with the city's responses, and the city responded to that. In that request, the EWU, for example, put a request of in the supplement. So the city has previously provided on the website access to the public to a bunch of information to include the police reports. EWU put on there supplemental 42, which directs you to that supplemental. The surviving roommates' first interviews dated 11/13 of 2022. And the city's response was the city was unable to identify a specific responsive record without additional information from EWU, and actually requested the officer's name and or the initials of the individual, amongst other things. And when you open up that supplemental 42, I guess I'm wondering, how was it difficult for the city to identify the specific responsive record to that?
I think that the answer to that, Your Honor, is just that without listing the names, the location, the time of the records requested, the city can't just go through the 58 terabytes of information that are that the city has relevant to this investigation. And so without specificity, this isn't a discovery proceeding, and the city needs that specificity to determine what exactly is being requested, i.e. names of the officers, location, times, etc.
I guess I'm wondering, because I think if I recall, if you pull up that supplement off the webpage, it's 4 or 5 pages, and then it is an interview with 3 different people. So I guess I'm on top of that, Mr. Jones, I'm wondering, the city provided declarations. Clearly, there's a lot of information in this case. No one is disputing that. But there's also, it looks like there's been a situation where the city, I think the language was essentially that other agencies or have often just provided information or dumped the information, without it being really categorized or so it makes, in some way, the readings of those declarations make the court question at this point whether it has been categorized, whether the city even knows all of the information that it does have, which then would make it, understanding the burden is on the requester, which is EWU, but wouldn't it make it very challenging for a requester to request information if the city doesn't know what it actually has, because there's so much information? Do you see I mean,
Yes, I certainly see Your Honor's point. I don't think that if this were a discovery proceeding, we would be having a different conversation, but this is a Public Records Act proceeding, and so the onus is really on the requester to specifically request the information that it's seeking. And if the requester doesn't know what information it's seeking and it just wants a broad category of information, that's not an appropriate request. That would be an appropriate discovery request. But it can't just request all surveillance footage and expect the city to go outside the four corners of the request and try to determine what exactly the petitioner is seeking. And so there is a little bit of this is an unusual situation in most public records requests. In most public records situations, this won't occur. But given the volume of information in this case, the city can't just spend all the time searching for unspecified information.
And I appreciate that, understand that. I guess I'm just a little troubled by some of the, again, in the records request or records log, you have 2I, EWU requested from supplemental 271, which is provided on the city's website. They narrowed it down to an interview with initials KD, dated April 12th of 2024, and an audio CD, item 876, as specifically referenced, with the city saying, we're unable to identify a specific responsive record without additional information. I guess the question is for purposes of the statute, I think the language is pretty clear as far as them providing the specificity to allow the agency to reasonably go about finding the document. And so I guess I'm wondering if
It was day 247 of travel admin slowly chipping away at my sanity when Sarah leaned over and said,
You should really try Navan. We used it at my last company to streamline travel as we grew. It lets managers set clear spend guardrails for employees to follow and automatically approves trips in the green. Employees love it because they can book with all their favorite brands in one place with a single itinerary to follow. And instead of some long onboarding process, the whole company was up and running in a few days. Oh, and it's free. You're welcome.
Sorry about that.
How more specific does a person need to be, or an individual or an entity need to be in requesting, and what is the consideration of the reasonableness? Now, I understand in this case, does the court take into consideration also reasonableness in the sense of the amount of individuals who've been working on for the city who've been working on this? There being, as I understand it, 2 full-time people, the clerk and the records custodian, or the individual, Mr. Smallridge, working at evidence custodian, primarily being the ones who are trying to find or locate or provide or produce this information. But I suppose my question is that does that or should that stand in the way of the city being able to provide it?
I guess I'm not quite sure exactly what Your Honor is asking. I'll just sort of summarize it as there is a litany of requests here. Appendix A has really, really narrowed that request, but we haven't been reviewing Appendix A. We've been reviewing the declarations and the petition that make us we really have to squint at those to determine what is being requested. And even that is taking a lot of effort, and I would submit that it's more than reasonable effort to determine what is being requested. And the question of when is at the time of the request, not at the time of the hearing after we've sort of nailed down some of this information. And so the city has not been able to respond to the requests generally with reasonable effort because of the lack of specificity in the requests, again, on August 18th at the time of the request.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jones. And then I guess to follow up on my initial question from the beginning of the hearing then, based upon this argument, would the city be asking the court to kind of disregard Appendix A, but go off of what was requested, which is from the, as I understand it, would be the August 28, 2025 request, make its decision based upon that?
Well, I think legally the court is obliged to make its decision based on the August 18th, 2025 request. From a practical standpoint, we appreciate that it's narrowed down, but that's not what was briefed. That's not what was prepared. That's not what was argued up until last Friday. And so, had the petitioner presented that information, frankly, prior to filing his petition or any time during the pendency of this case, rather than less than a week before the hearing, we may have had a different conversation with the petitioner, and we may be having a different conversation today. But I do think, to answer your question, I appreciate the practical nature of just responding to what's being requested, but legally, we're looking at the August 18th request.
Right. Thank you for the clarification. You may continue your argument.
Thank you. I'll move on to the question of unwarranted invasion of privacy. Idaho Code 74-124-1C provides an exemption from disclosure for materials that are an unwarranted invasion of privacy, and that's defined in 74-101-17A. There is not a lot of Idaho case law determining what an unwarranted invasion of privacy is, which is why the city pointed to federal case law. And the city reasonably relied on that federal case law based on guidance, frankly, from this court in Laramie, which also relied on federal case law to determine what an unwarranted invasion of privacy is. And I just say that to address sort of the attorney's fees argument later on down the road. In any event, the petitioner submits that this decision has been made in the Laramie case as res judicata, and that res judicata applies to what is an unwarranted invasion of privacy. And that's not exactly applicable here because the Laramie case focused on a couple of specific named litigants. And in fact, the petitioner objected to the standing of the...
To be honest, sometimes I actually have no idea what's going on until I open Monday.com, and boom, everything's there.
Interveners to discuss anything outside of those specific named litigants. They didn't object to the standing of the city to address those matters. And so the Laramie case was actually a very narrow decision. And one of the takeaways from the Laramie case is that once this information is disclosed, we can't get that back. And so should the court find that there is an unwarranted invasion of privacy and that all of these surviving roommates, surviving family members that weren't litigants in the Laramie case, not to mention anybody that was caught up in the scope of the investigation who disclosed numerous private details, including their addresses, their names, their whereabouts on this day, all sorts of private information. They have an unwarranted an interest in their own privacy as well. So we point to the federal cases because the federal cases, there's a fair bit of case law examining what this is, and there's also a balancing test. And that's why, similarly with the balancing test, that's why we point to what the petitioner's motives are. because it's relevant to the balancing test and is relevant to the privacy interests of the individuals who are not litigants in the Laramie case. And we submit that the balancing tests rests in favor of the of protecting the privacy interests of the individuals who participated in this investigation. And again, Chief Dallinger's declaration goes into the nature and the wide net that was provided of information that was provided in this. And it's our position that those privacy interests are paramount in this specific case relative to the interests of the petitioner. With respect to the custodian of records argument, Your Honor, Idaho Code 74-103-1, it provides that only the custodian of records needs to respond to a public records request. And then it defines custodian of records as the person with custody and control of the records. It's our position that the city doesn't have control of the records, and the agencies that created the records are the ones that have control of these records. And I outlined in our brief as to why that is. But significantly, the city didn't, it's the prosecution that used these records. It's the prosecution, which is not the city, that was compiling these records for the purposes of prosecuting Mr. Koberger. And the city was just working with the other agencies in compiling the records. And to use the example of the city police officer going to Pennsylvania to conduct an investigation, the records that were created by the Pennsylvania police are Pennsylvania records. The records that were created by the FBI are FBI records. Any police reports, if the Idaho City of Moscow officer had a body camera and he created those during that investigation, those would be Idaho records. But essentially what the petitioner is doing here is abrogating both state and federal law for the out-of-state agencies by simply requesting these records in Idaho. And it's our position that that's precluded because, one, the city is not the custodian of these records. They don't have control over these records in the way that is contemplated, but also because Idaho Code 74-104-1A provides that records are exempt from any federal or state law, if they're exempt by any federal or state law. And of course, nobody's arguing that federal law is not explicitly worded in that statute, but we're certainly arguing that state law says what it means, what it says, which is simply state law. And of course, I point out that later on in that same statute, it provides the Idaho Supreme Court. It doesn't just say the Supreme Court. And so I think that distinction there is telling. The federal records, the federal law does apply. The Pennsylvania and Washington state law also does apply because of 74-104-1A. And the petitioner provides a little bit of a chicken or the egg argument in the sense that they argue that for example, the right to know law out of Pennsylvania only applies to Pennsylvania. Well, we are talking about Pennsylvania records here. And so because these are Pennsylvania records that were generated in Pennsylvania that are governed by Pennsylvania laws, the court should consider that not because of the Pennsylvania laws, but because
if you could build a premium business-ready website in minutes using AI, but still have pixel-level control. That's exactly what I'm going to show you.
The Idaho Code contemplated that. And similarly with the FOIA argument, these records are probably not disclosable under FOIA with the exemptions set in Exemption 5, et cetera, the ones that are listed in the brief, the Privacy Act. And because the Idaho Code contemplated federal exclusions, including FOIA, the FOIA applies. Now, the petitioner points to Magic Valley to hold that FOIA doesn't apply, but that's not exactly what the Magic Valley case says. The Magic Valley case specifically focuses on the question of whether or not names are personnel records, and it's specific, and it's narrow to that question. And the Magic Valley case holds that had the Supreme Court, or sorry, the Idaho legislature choose to include names as personnel records, they would have done so specifically in the personnel records exemption, which is not what we're discussing here. So it's our position that the Magic Valley case is inapplicable to this argument. Moving on to the fees question, in the brief, essentially the petitioner saying, well, we'll pay the fees. Well, this brings us back to the top where we don't know what the petitioner is requesting. And so we're having to anticipate essentially what's being requested in this briefing. And it's our position that Idaho Code 74102 provides that it's appropriate for the city to require fees in order for to respond to the requests. And on the eve of the oral argument, the petitioner says, "Oh well, we'll pay the fees." I mean, that could have been and should have been done at the time of the petition or at the time of the request. So the refusing to disclose that information because the fees at the time of the refusal of the withholding of that information is appropriate, and it just kind of brings us back to the top that until the Appendix A was provided, the city really had no clear idea of what was being requested. Finally, regarding attorney's fees, we would just simply submit that this was not, that attorney's fees aren't appropriate under either statute. The city's not trying to obstruct justice. The city's not trying to inappropriately withhold information. The city's trying to protect investigative processes of law enforcement. The city's trying to protect privacy interests of persons that aren't parties to this litigation. The city's trying to make sure it doesn't err on the side of providing information that can't be brought back that probably should have been withheld. And so the city's not obstructing anything really. We're trying to comply with the code, and so with that, Your Honor, I'll submit.
What'd I do?
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. James?
Thank you, Your Honor. Leander James on behalf of Karen, interveners Karen Laramie, Stacy Chapin, James Chapin, and Maisie Chapin. Ever since, Your Honor, ever since the court entered its judgment granting in part the permanent injunction in the case of Chapin v. et al. v. City of Moscow, Latah case number CV 292507555, I felt like kind of like the little Dutch boy with his finger in the dike, trying to reasonably and under the statute prevent dissemination of information that is harmful to my clients. I think the issues were very well briefed. The court will note I didn't write a supplemental brief because I felt the court had sufficient information. And I also had been in contact with Mr. Jones and with Ms. Kennedy at some point along the way. So I was aware of what they were going to say. But I do have some additional comments here that maybe will add something meaningful. First, the impact of the release of information on privacy rights. Petitioner argues correctly that EWU's business model is irrelevant to the case. And I say correctly insofar as you look at it from the point of view of the court under Idaho's FOIA, Idaho Code 74-101 at sequence. Is not to consider what the information is going to be used for. However, that logic does not carry forward when the court is to analyze the unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. And here's what I'm saying. I appreciate the court under the FOIA may not consider what the requester intends to use the information for. However, the court and the city are duty bound under the statute to determine whether that information being disseminated will result in unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. And the court has already seen in the prior case, the Chapin et al. Case, that the use of this information results in severe and permanent detrimental impacts to my clients and likely others, and that can be considered by the court. So, to give sort of a raw example, I understand that not this court, but another court released autopsy records. I think they were already out there, and somebody used those with AI to try to generate images, gruesome images. And what I'm saying is the court should consider, and the city should consider, how this information out there will impact the unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. With that, I'll move to the new snag. It's a new snag here, I think, that has not been addressed. On July 27, 2026, and by the way, I would have briefed this, but it just happened. On July 27, 2026, in Ada County, case number CV 0126159094, and pursuant to Idaho Code Section 19-4901 through 19-4911.
Look, this is the easiest consent banner I have ever set up on a website. We are talking under 10.
The convicted murderer, Mr. Koberger, filed for post-conviction relief. It's imperative that that case proceed uninfluenced by the public disclosure of information. This is an entirely separate analysis, but it impacts, I think, what we're doing here today. In the underlying criminal case, this court and the court of the Honorable Judge Hippler previously entered non-dissemination orders based upon the court's inherent authority to manage criminal proceedings and protect the defendant's constitutional rights to fair trial. This court's ruling was later affirmed in Associated Press v. 2nd Judicial District of the State of Idaho, County of Latah, 172 Idaho 113, 2023 case. And the court stated, and I'll quote here because I think it's very relevant to frankly both analyses. The Supreme Court said, quote, "We recognize that our trial courts have an increasingly difficult task in balancing the Sixth Amendment rights of a defendant with the First Amendment protections afforded the press. With the advent of the internet and social media, the balancing act has become even more challenging today than it was in the 1960s and 70s, when Shepard and Calder were decided. Although these are well-guarded rights, those seeking to enforce them must still bow to the jurisdictional rules and procedural channels litigants are constrained to follow," unquote. And that's at Associated Press at page 124. The same logic is now triggered here. In his post-conviction relief case, Mr. Koberger and his court-appointed attorney, which he now has, will likely argue that new information has been dug up, by online sleuths, conspiracy buff, and others that are using this information that is being disclosed to then contact potential witnesses to, in fact, in some cases, harass the witnesses to find information out that they can then use to their economic advantage through blogging and so forth online. This is a new cycle. This is why, and I do belabor this a little bit because I think it's really critical. This is a new era we're in, and it's really unprecedented. We're dealing with something that this court has already set a precedent. I think that has rippled through, I know, other states, including Nevada. And the difficulty here is, and the tension between the Sixth Amendment and the First Amendment, are that this information gets disseminated, then it's thrown wide and far. So-called real crime sleuths and investigators and media then contact witnesses in the criminal case and influence these witnesses, and then they create conspiracy theories and so forth, and the court knows this in detail, I'm sure, that then turns around and can be used by the convicted murderer to then seek post-conviction relief. And I want to point out here, I'm not arguing Mr. Koberger's rights, but I am arguing the integrity of the system. I think what has to be considered is, as this information is let out, it will be used by the media in a way that can negatively impact the post-conviction relief process and the potential that it would be sent back for a new trial. And we've got a real mess on our hands because we've got just this deluge of information. The dam is broke, and the information is out there, and it could very well corrupt the whole process that is still going on in the post-conviction relief process and the potential for a new trial. And looking at the appendices that petitioner provided, I see numerous references to witnesses and wanting unblurred faces and information about witnesses. Well, they're going to go contact these witnesses. And when you contact witnesses, you influence witnesses. And what then happens if the reality occurs that Mr. Koberger prevails in his post-conviction relief and is sent back for a new trial? For all the reasons the court entered a dissemination order in the underlying criminal case, all of those reasons are now present here to prevent further dissemination of anything for that matter. And I know it's difficult and it's always hard to bring a new argument up an oral argument. And it just happened. It just happened. The timing was, I've been dealing myself with a deluge of media trying to get at my clients once the post-conviction relief was filed. I've been spending hours and days fending off media. I'll tell the court, as an officer of the court, it's been very difficult.
Turn any text
There's
into
so
speech
many
instantly
commercials.
using AI and 11 Labs.
And it's my honor to do so, but it's difficult work. I literally have to worry about media showing up at my client's door. So in sum, Your Honor, I believe under the FOIA analysis, the court and Moscow, the city of Moscow, are duty bound to protect the privacy rights of not only my clients, but the witnesses and all involved. However, I submit that it's an entirely new analysis now that we have the post-conviction relief case pending that warrants a non-dissemination order equivalent to what the court previously did in an underlying criminal case until that process plays itself out. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. James. I'm going to just switch back to Mr. Jones to see Mr. Jones before I hear lastly from Ms. Kennedy as a reply. But Mr. Jones, given what Mr. James has brought up here, do you, no obligation here, but do you wish to add anything further on your argument at this point in time?
Only that we would join in Mr. James's arguments related to the petition for post-conviction relief.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jones. All right. Ms. Kennedy, reply.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have 2 points I'd like to address and reply. The first is on the broadness or the narrowness of the request, however you want to see it. But Idaho Code 74-1029 does allow for the parties to have a dialogue about what records are being requested and to get more information about those records and to narrow the request. And that's exactly what happened here. And by the time they got to the August 28th request and the September 15th denial, it was very clear what records were at issue. And what records were available and what had been denied by the city and why. And when we originally filed this case, it was very clear that the denials were based on custodianship, foreign law, and privacy. And so regardless of what documents were or weren't at issue, the exemptions that we were dealing with were very clear. The city made that very clear in their denials. And so I don't think that the city can say that we were prejudiced or we didn't understand what the issues were. Even if the particular documents at issue were fuzzy, we were very clear by the time of filing what the exemptions at issue were. But again, the statute does allow the parties to have a dialogue and then to come to a resolution. And if you look at the September 15th denial, it's very clear what EWU was requesting and what the city was denying. and why. And then my second point related to the post-conviction relief. I mean, I'm coming into this a little bit cold. I have not seen any briefing on this issue. And so I would object to the court considering that when we haven't had a chance to research or brief any of those issues. But I think we have to go back to the statute and the case law. Wade v. Taylor says that the justification for the denial is assessed at the time of the denial. We didn't have this post-conviction issue at the time of the denial. That wasn't out there. But importantly, in Wade v. Taylor, there's no categorical denial of investigatory records. You don't get to just say, well, the case is open again, therefore you get nothing. The city has to show a reasonable probability of harm for every single record. And at this point, they've already released a lot of records in this case, and we can't pull back all of the records that have already been released. And so they would have to show, the city and the interveners would have to show that, well, for each of these records in Appendix A, that there's a reasonable probability of harm. And I suppose the harm that they're raising is fair trial. So they would have to show, well, you can't have that record because it might prejudice the right to a fair trial. But we have to also look at reasonable probability of harm. Is there a reasonable probability that petition would be granted such that there would be a trial? And so I think the court would have to look at that. And the interveners, I don't believe, have standing to protect the defendant's right to a fair trial. I think that would be something that the city or the defense team would have to. So with those two issues, unless the court has questions, those are my comments on reply. Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you. I appreciate counsel, your briefing in this regard, and also providing the records logs provided by the city and the most recent addendum. That just helps for the court clarify, given the volume of records that clearly was cited to in the declarations and the amount of information, it helps the court to narrow down what we're actually discussing or deciding in this particular case. The briefing was very thorough and helpful for the court.
How do I find time to make burgers for everyone at the office? I managed company travel on Avant. Before in Avant, it was chaos.
Even if we have kind of limited case law on certain things, it's still helpful for the court in guiding it into hopefully getting to a decision. And I appreciate your professionalism and your arguments here before the court. We will take the matter under advisement and issue a decision. Is there anything else in this matter for today, Ms. Kennedy?
No, thank you, Your Honor. We appreciate your time on this case.
Anything further, Mr. Jones?
No, thank you, Judge.
Or Mr. James?
No, thank you, Your Honor, for your close attention to the matter.
Yes. All right, thank you. We will be in recess for today.
Well, we knew they were going to end up mentioning the PCR. That's not shocking. That's not shocking at all. So I can pretty much bet that she's probably going to put either off giving a decision until we know what's happening with the PCR, which, I mean, there's an attorney. So something should be getting filed. Let's just hope by Friday something gets filed. Let's hope. Because then we'll know exactly what to do next. But I pretty much bet she's either going to put something out early and it's going to have a stipulation to the PCR, or she's just going to wait until there's something with the PCR before she gives an order on anything further, I feel like. That's probably what's going to happen. That's probably what's going to happen. But just to be clear, so this morning I got online to respond to all the winners from Monday, but then I had several emails from Melissa, so I sat down and I wrote her back a pretty long response. Her response was, I'm the only person out in anywhere out here that the family has contacted, that she has contacted. So I don't know what other people are saying. I don't listen to other people. I just know what I'm being told by her herself. So take that how you want it, but that's what I'm being told from the source, is that I'm the only person that they are contacting. Point blank, period. When it comes to here, now, pretty much ever. That's how I'm understanding what she's telling me. As for anyone else, I don't know who anybody else is talking to. But that's what I'm being told. Just so that's clear with that. Let's see. I really want to go over Bianca's interview, but I also really want to go over the WSU interview. But I also don't want to go over the WSU interview at the same time because it just came out yesterday. And I like to wait. But it's also a very important interview. So I'm kind of stuck. So maybe it'll be later on tonight. It's early. So I do want to maybe try to do 2 more. So maybe we'll do the Bianca interview and then we'll do the WSU interview tonight if nothing else releases. Let's see if there's anything else going on here. Oh, hold on. So the supplements that they were asking for, let's look at these real quick because I started listening and like chatting and stuff. So I didn't go in and like grab all the pages and whatnot, but we're going to look and see what it was they were asking for with this. I honestly still don't know what the frick. They don't have a supplement number for this one. And it's about OSU. And I did remember reading something about this. I'm just not really quite sure what it is for, but this one says it's supplement number 196. So let's see what that is. What supplement is this at page 200? Ooh, 91, okay. Okay, so 196 will be up here. Lawrence Mowry, AT&T data. And that's what Sup 96, AT&T CSLI analysis, CastViz outputs / raw data. Yeah, so that's exactly what this is. So they were referencing, hey, this is your report, the same way that I do. Hey, this is your report. It says you have this information, and this is where it says that you stored this information. So now we want that information, please and thank you. Yeah. And we all know, how that always goes. Okay, so what's this next one? Supplement 105 for
you, your team, and your agents are working together on Monday.com's AI work platform.
Coburger phone forensic extraction. Okay, so let's go up to 200 again and see which one was this one. 91. What is it? 105? Okay, so this one. Okay, so Lawrence Mallory, Coburger phone data, December 29th, 2022. Talks about the arrest. Coburger's cell phone was taken into evidence as part of the search warrant. Coburger's cell phone device is currently in evidence at the FBI Philadelphia Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory located at this address. The phone data was extracted by FBI Special Agent Jeffrey Tanzola subsequent to the warrant being served. Tanzola, if you guys remember, when we did the review of Celebrite's panel, Tanzola was the FBI agent that was on panel with them. It says that on January 9th, 2023, so 4 days after Coburger got back to Latell County, I received a hard drive from SSA Tanzola, which contains a copy of the data extracted from the phone belonging to Coburger. The data is saved on a Seagate 2 terabyte external USB hard drive with serial number blank and is labeled as Philadelphia RCFL evidence number 0043447. I applied for and was granted a warrant seeking the evidence from the hard drive provided by Pennsylvania, which contains a forensic image of Brian Coburger's phone, which was stored in a secured computer forensic lab at the Moscow Police Department. Warrant was served to the hard drive located in the forensic lab. Downloaded all of the files to a forensic computer located in the forensic lab at the Moscow Police Department. I completed the warrant return, receipt, and affidavit. These documents were sent to Latell County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. I also left a copy of the receipt and warrant with the hard drive, which was placed back into evidence. I began examining the data for any accounts linked to the phone and Coburger with other electronic service providers, such as Facebook, Snapchat, etc. I located the following installed applications, website history, screenshots, and usernames, passwords associated with an electronic service provider. Yik Yak, LinkedIn, Reddit, Twitter, Tinder, Dropbox, Washington Trust Bank, PayPal, YouTube, TikTok, Amazon, Visa Prepaid Processing.com, Win2Meet, Activision, GroupMe, NetTeller, Hulu, Instagram, Facebook, PC, ECU, Spotify, Booking.com, Travelocity, Strava, and NordVPN. These electronic service providers may be storing data relevant to the investigation, which may have been deleted from the device. So these are like third-party apps, right? I guess this is sort of like what Cyree was sort of talking about when it came to third-party apps that might obtain geolocation information outside of what your network geolocation information might show, but they haven't produced any information saying that they've gotten anything like that from any of these. But this is, I guess, like just an example of just the information, the apps that Brian had on his phone by itself. And this stuff was sent over to the prosecutor's office. And then we have 2 Gmail addresses and then a DeSales University address. And then there's another thing right here that's completely redacted. And maybe it's the WSU one. I don't know. And then it says, I will complete a complete examination of the data at my earliest convenience. Well, bro, that's your job. Like, your earliest convenience should have been like right then and there. You should have finished everything at one time. Whatever. All right. So then we have the FBI soil analysis. That's supplement number 257. So probably all the way down here. No, maybe not too far. Let's try it to 450. You're going to fall, Zeldy. 257. Here's this one right here. Brett Payne. Friday, March 1st, 2024. I received an email from FBI. See, everybody is with the FBI. Everything is the FBI. That's why they can get away with that damn letter that Mia produced from the FBI, which again, by the way, like I mentioned, the damn last hearing, they had to reschedule it around her. Her punk ass wasn't even there. She wasn't even there. Everybody literally had to reschedule everything around her, and she wasn't even there. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? That's some absolute bullshit. That's some bullshit. Anyway. FBI letter said everything they did with this case, which this makes no sense to me, but they've been doing this since the beginning of forever. We found this out, or I found this out for the very first time, going through some old UFO records on my second channel on Sunday mornings, around 10 o'clock-ish usually. We go live for 2 hours, and we go over the UFO disclosure files that were released from the Department of War. This Sunday will be like episode 5 or 6, I think.
If your browser looks anything like mine used to, 20 tabs open, multiple windows, and emails buried, you know the struggle.
These are from like the 1940s, right? And we were going through some of them, I think like the second episode. And in one of the documents, it's an old FBI file, and it says the same bullshit that the damn document here said that Mia produced from the FBI, stating that the evidence was on loan. So they've been using that verbiage for things for at least 80 years, because we're in 2026 and those damn documents are like from the 44 year frame. So everything they touch is just on loan. So even though Moscow is the lead agency, they're being loaned the evidence for their case. But are they really? Because Amber's telling me they don't even have Koberger's like interview in-house. Like, she's not saying, yeah, we have it, but the FBI is telling us we can't release it. She's straight up telling me, no, we do not have it. We do not have a copy. We do not have Koberger's interview. By the way, we never spoke to his family either. That was all them over there. Yeah. And if she's the handler, the way that they're saying in this with Tim Smaldridge, then she would know, right? Right? And again, the interview itself is not lost. What is lost is the pocket recording that Brett Payne talks about in his report about going down there and doing said interview, the one that we have gone over, which maybe we need to go over Brian's interview report one more time, maybe soon here. But Gilbertson apparently had a pocket recorder, and he was recording it himself while it was being recorded on the barracks system. There was also apparently, according to the report written by Brett Payne, a transcript from said pocket recording. Both of those are missing. And that is the exact verbiage I am being given from Amber, that it's been missing for months prior to my request. They've known that it's missing. Both are missing. So then when there's another report from Brett Payne, and it's referencing the Pennsylvania situation, and it's saying to see more information regarding the interview besides his own report, which is again a separate report, to see Sergeant Gilbertson's report from the Idaho State Police. I FOIA'd the Idaho State Police for this report because when you go through the ones that were released to the public, there's no effing report about a Kohberger interview. Lo and behold, it doesn't exist. Gilbertson never wrote a report for his interview. The transcript from his pocket recording is missing, and he didn't write a report. Both things, both sets of things are mentioned in Moscow police reports by Brett Payne. None of it exists. That's what doesn't exist. That's what doesn't exist. We've been trying. So many of us have been trying to get something, and they refuse to give us anything. And every time we think we might have a chance of getting it, it's missing information. And again, they knew it's been missing for months, and they just never bothered to go and try to figure out what happened to it. Has Gilbertson not been talked to? I want to know, has Ann Taylor questioned their situation with that? What do you mean you don't have a copy of it? What do you mean the entire thing is missing? The recording, the transcript, and you didn't write a report? It's almost like ISP is trying to erase the fact that it even happened. Like Brett Payne maybe shouldn't have mentioned it, but it got released too late to fix it, is what it seems like. Something's being hidden. I hate this case. I hate this case so much. I really hate this case. Okay, so this is about the soil. And let's see what it says. Is this the one that gives a little bit of the results from the soil? Or was that a court filing? We did get information about the soil. I will say that. I remember there being a court filing with some stuff about the soil that came out. So maybe they can't get it from Moscow the way they're trying to because it's now work product. That's what I feel like they're telling me no about the timeline for, instead of just telling me the truth about it being work product now that it's been sent off to the prosecutor's office and it's no longer an MPD record, that it was literally physically given off to the prosecutor's office. They just want to try to tell me that it doesn't exist at all, which is just causing more problems. That just causes more issues. So I wish that they would, if that's the case, just be honest about that. No, it's work product. That's why we don't have it anymore. Instead of just being like, no, it just doesn't exist. Because then, it just causes problems. All right, let's see. What's the next one? Yeah, because this one doesn't have any labeling on it. Supplement number 247. And it just states that their response was that it was an FBI record. Well, that'll be just up here. (247) Brett Payne, Kohberger photos from PSP barracks, photos of vehicle at Kohberger residence, CD from photos from 2 additional vehicles at Kohberger residence, CD photos of 1119 Lambsden Drive, CD photos of vehicle. On Tuesday, October 17, 2023, FBI Special Agent Heel brought several copies of FBI photos to me on CDs. There were 5 discs provided for MPD, and they contained photos of the 3 vehicles searched at 1119 Lambsden Drive, the residence itself, and the search photos of Koberger taken at the Stroudsburg PSP barracks. I took these CDs into MPD evidence on Wednesday, October 18th. You booked these CDs into MPD evidence on October 18th, 2023. It wasn't sharing it. It's right here. You booked these into evidence October 18th, 2023, meaning they are now Moscow PD possession. He came and brought you copies, meaning that the FBI has the originals and you were now given copies. See, to loan someone something means that you're giving them, to me in my brain, the original of something, and you're loaning it to them, and they then need to give it back to you. If you're giving someone on loan a copy of something, that really doesn't make any logical sense to me. I'm just going to say now. If you can make a copy of it, you don't need to loan it out. You're giving it to them. So if it's a copy and it's being booked into evidence, then it's an MPD record. You are now the custodian of that.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store preloaded with
copy of that record. So while, yes, the FBI might be the main custodian, you, MPD, are the main custodian of these copies that you were given. There's no reason for this to have been denied. I'm going to re-request this request and see what they do. Now, granted, everything's probably about to get shut shit down. And I will also say the last 2 or 3 requests that I sent into MPD, they've not even been opened, which is rare. And I think it's because of this happening, because they know that they're probably going to have to put a stop to it anyway. So they're just not giving a shit early, is I think what's happening. Okay, so the next one would be Supplement 212. Let's pop up higher. Okay, this is 203. Which one? 212. You gotta fall, girl. You need to be steel. Okay, so 212, Brett Payne, thumb drives. On Thursday, June 29th, 2023, I located 2 thumb drives containing video surveillance footage of the access gates at Indian Mountain Lakes gated community, wherein Koberger's parents' home was located, and aerial surveillance footage and photos of the Koberger residence. I verified the thumb drives contained the correct footage and videos and booked them into MPD evidence on June 29th, 2023. What do you mean you located 2 thumb drives? Where were they, Mr. Payne? Where were these things? Were they willy-nilly in your car? Were they in a desk drawer? Did you find them in your pocket? Where did you just willy-nilly find these 2 thumb drives? What do you mean you located them? Shouldn't this say someone handed them to him? Some special agent gave him these. Somebody sent it over in a folder or some sort of envelope. What do you mean you located? This is like 6 months after Koberger's arrest. What do you mean you located? It should be noted the thumb drives. Oh, I talked too much. He's answering the question. It should be noted the thumb drives were in a locked cabinet in my office since they were received. Well, how do we know that? We don't know that. The thumb drives were not initially booked as they were in an envelope not recognized as containing them. What? I don't believe you. I don't believe you anymore. You're full of shit, especially you. What do you mean? What do you mean? So then you can't even verify that this shit's FBI property because you're not telling us how it's FBI property. There's nothing in this report that says that this is FBI property, does it? 2 thumb drives containing video surveillance footage of the access gates. It doesn't say who is doing the surveilling. There's nothing in this report that says that this is for the FBI. So I don't know how their answer could be, oh, this is FBI footage, or that this is PSP footage, whatever their answer is. I mean, they technically can't even answer that way because this doesn't have a label on it. Unless they went and pulled it out of evidence and then took a look at it and then, you know, there's some sort of labeling. But per the report itself, you don't know whose information that is. Okay, well, that's interesting. Okay. All right, now we have PSP working copies, which is supplement number 184. Okay, so let's do 375. Which number was it? 184. Okay, so it's just up here. Working copies. Again, copies means that like the original one is with the original person and you've been given a copy of that original. So I don't understand how they're still trying to say that the original person with the original, like the original version of it is the custodian of everything when you're given a copy to have in your own possession. That doesn't work for me. Throughout the course of this investigation, I received working copies of reports, videos of interviews, and tactical briefs and reports from the Pennsylvania State Police. I received these items from Detective Justin Leary and the PSP CERT team commander. On Wednesday, April 12, 2023, I compiled these working copies into one file and uploaded the file to a hard drive. I booked the hard drive into MPD evidence on the same day. The originals will be maintained by PSP per their policy. Again, PSP has the originals. They are the custodian of their original version. But once you have a copy of that, and then you create your own copy of it by then putting them all together into one file, you, MPD, are now the custodian of that one file that you created after being given.
All you do is go to this website, and it lets you find out exactly how much your competitors are making by showing you how much traffic they're
copies. I hope that Megan Marshall understands this, because I'm not wrong. I might be wrong on other shit. I'm not perfect, nor do I claim to know every damn thing, but I'm not wrong here. PSP is the owners of their original shit. The FBI is the owner of their original shit. If they are giving you copies and not relinquishing their actual information over to you in a loan, and they are giving you a copy, there's more than one version. There are two. There are multiple. No, you are the custodian. These excuses are crazy. These excuses are crazy. Okay, so then the raid recordings and the interview of Brian Koberger, supplement 135. I think this is the interview right here. Yeah. 136 is the interview report. I'm pretty positive this thing is long as shit. Oh no, maybe not. What is this? Oh, this is like the original warrant for arrest. This is like the original thing that he put together.
I guess StreamYard went out. Okay, let me see. Let me make sure.
Ada County on September 15th, 2024. I was made aware by Detective Vargas that Blank spoke about Coburger while on a call with his mother. I responded to the Latell County Jail and spoke to Blank. I began by asking Blank what he thought of Coburger having had to live next to him. Blank told me Coburger was highly intelligent and polite for the most part. Blank told me Coburger would often question him about his past criminal offenses and why he was in the maximum security wing of the jail. I asked Blank what he thought of Coburger's intelligence, and Blank stated Coburger was the smartest person he had encountered while in confinement.
Yeah.
Not mentioning him saying anything creepy or weird or making him feel uneasy or anything like that. Blank told me Coburger quickly became annoying. Well, that's a whole different thing because of some of his habits. He told me Coburger would wash his hands dozens of times each day and would spend 45 minutes to an hour in the shower, which I was under the impression that there's like a hella time limit on those, so I don't know about that. I asked Blank if Coburger slept at night. He told me Coburger would be awake almost all night and would only take a nap during the day. Some people are like that. Some people have weird sleep patterns. This is how they are. Blank said he could hear Coburger moving around all night, which also annoyed him. I asked Blank if Coburger ever lost his temper. He told me on one occasion Coburger was video chatting with his mother, which Blank said he did for hours each day, which is why there was so much money put on his books. Those calls are so freaking expensive. Like, people are talking all this shit because she was giving him all this money. Well, A, the family thinks he's innocent. We all very well know that now. And if she wants to speak to him, that shit costs money. Like, shit tons of money. It's hella expensive to be able to use the tablets, to be able to video chat, to be able to make any phone calls, for them to have any access to do anything on the tablets. The shit's expensive. I have no idea how expensive it is for like a prison. I've only ever seen like regular jail type prices. I can't imagine, or if it is different, it might not be different because I'm pretty sure it all is ran through. There's like two companies, Securus and like another one, but I think Securus is like the main one. But that shit's expensive. So while people are talking shit about the money being put in there, dude's buying phone time for the majority of that money. I mean, come on now. I asked Blank if Coburger ever lost his temper. He told me on one occasion Coburger was video chatting with his mother, which Blank said he did for hours each day while Blank was watching sports. Blank said, "You suck," to one of the players on the team, at which point Coburger immediately got up and put his face to the bars and aggressively asked if Blank was talking about him or his mother. Blank said this was the only time Coburger lost his temper. So when he thought his mom might be being disrespected, this is the first time that he got mad. Ooh, big deal. That seems pretty freaking normal. I asked Blank if Coburger had mentioned anything about the crimes he was charged with. Blank said Coburger did not mention his alleged offenses at all. Blank also told me Coburger was excited to move to Ada County. Blank said he had served time in Ada County and noted he did not think Coburger would like to be there. I thanked Blank for speaking with me and advised him to notify the Latell County detention deputies if he remembered anything else he wished to tell me. So why can't we have that again? Oh, because it belongs to Latell? No. I mean, that's stupid. Does it say it was even recorded, though? Or is he trying to get the phone calls? Okay. They're trying to get the jailhouse call that this guy had with his mom. And see where it says follow-up interview recording, no recording of interview. Yeah, because it literally says that it wasn't. But I don't understand how. How are you going into the Latell County Jail and doing any sort of interview with an inmate and the room is not instantly recording? You know what I mean? I don't understand. Like, it should be instantly recording. It's inside of a freaking jail. I believe this is probably recorded. I think they're lying. I think they're lying. So DVD transcription of jail calls, Brian Koberger calls. Yeah, we went through that one. Yeah. All the rest of these have descriptions of what they were looking for. So we're not going to look up the rest of them. All these other ones have descriptions. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel, I feel like you can't get more specific than giving them their own document.
No.
You know? I don't know how much more specific you could possibly get when you're telling them exactly the document number, who wrote it, the date it was written on, and you're giving them a summary, and then you're claiming that you're attaching it, and you are attaching it, and it's their very own freaking documents, and they're still telling you that. Yeah, you can't help but get hella frustrated because you feel like you're being lied to. Like, what do you mean you're telling me that it doesn't exist? The only reason I know that it exists is because I read something that you gave me, the public. You know what I mean? So when they get, bombarded by all of these people, they get aggravated with them. It's their fault. They're doing it to themselves. And yeah, I agree. They've had years. I've said this before. They've had years, absolute years, to get these files in order, get them relabeled, whatever. I don't know why they haven't unless they physically cannot. And they're not telling us that they can't.
This is my team, and we get everything done with Monday.com. Sarah is a senior project manager, and she has never missed a deadline. She uses...
And the only reason I say that is because Ann Taylor told the court that the reason why they didn't relabel and reorganize things that were given to them is because they didn't want any more confusion. It was already confusing because things were not labeled correctly. But to go in and reorder things and reorganize and relabel, then they would have had to have cross-referenced it to the other pieces of evidence. And who knows how many mistakes would have been made doing that. So she just left it as it is so that everything remained labeled the exact same. And Judge Hippler still chastised her for how shittily organized everything was. Like it was her fault, and it wasn't. I agree with her on not doing any difference in labeling, because then, again, who knows how many other misnumbering and mislabels that we would have seen. Look what we already have here with just MPD and ISB and their evidence numbering. Look at item 40. Again, we only knew about what Paula Sutton had in her report. Item 40, when we asked about the red drop in the kitchen, MPD sent information back to me about it being on the third floor and it being part of the wall in the closet. And no one still to this day has responded to me to tell me that it was a mistake, that they corrected it in the record. Nothing. No one has responded to the fact that it's wrong. And it is wrong because the case, the evidence number and like the item 40 and the 22M 1839 was the same on the paperwork about it being on floor 3 in the south closet. So even inside MPD itself, there's mislabeling on the evidence. What else from MPD was mislabeled on evidence? Because we didn't know about that until I FOIA'd that information and saw it. We knew about ISP's misnumbering with the evidence stuff with Brett Payne and the evidence issues, but now this is a whole nother one. And remember, the section that has the renumbering problem, it's like item 38, 39, and 41, and item 40 skips, and item 40 is the one that we FOIA'd to MPD. And I was like, does this need to be added to Paula Sutton's report for mislabeled evidence? Like, how did y'all miss this? No response. No response. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Oh my God. Okay, well, we're going to wait and see what she does. Again, I feel like she's either going to put some sort of stipulation in an order that she'll put out fairly quickly that has something about the PCR and them needing to have another hearing if that goes further, or she's not going to waste anyone's time in doing something prematurely, and she's going to wait and see if something for the PCR comes out from the lawyer before, which it's going to, like that's like the next step we're waiting for, before she does her decision. But I already have said, I'm pretty positive that if this goes forward and everything gets put in front of court, the FOIAs are going to probably stop. The WSU lawsuit, I don't know if they're going to push it back or if they're just going to leave it alone for now, because it's not until September of 2027, as far as I last checked. It was September 2027. So they might leave that alone for now because it's a year away just to see what's going on. But if everything goes as planned with what's supposed to happen in these PCR things and where it could go, it's going to be stopped. The Idaho Statesman stuff can't go any further. And again, now that we know that this was filed, I can now say I feel more like Ann Taylor's fighting the Idaho Statesman for financial records because there's other stuff maybe that was being paid for that's going to be part of his next section of fighting. And it would show their cards, or maybe it would have revealed to the Statesman that a PCR was coming, because maybe there's things on that side that maybe there was being done. I don't know. But I feel like that was probably a good reason to not let him see all those records. But yeah, everything is going to halt except for the leak. Like the leak investigation is the only one that can continue, regardless of what happens here. Everything else stops. I would love to know like where the hell we are with that, you know? Like who do we even like try to get information for that from? Would it be Latah County? Would it be Ada County? Would it be Kootenai County? Because that's where Ann Taylor's office is. Like who do we even like attempt to get even like a little glimpse of information from for that? I don't know. What a crazy ass case. My God. My God. All right, you guys. I'm going to get off of here for now. It's 12:45. I'll probably come back around like 3 something so we can do an interview, and then we'll do tonight most likely, unless something gets filed in the court. We'll go over the WSU professor interview. We've got a lot of interviews to catch up on. We've got lots of stuff to catch up on. We're trying. So I'm going to jump off of here for a couple of hours. You guys have a great rest of your
the professor interview, that's what Logan did today. That was Brian's teacher, right? I didn't watch all of it. I just noticed that she was doing it. I just watched a little bit of it, and it seemed interesting. She wasn't saying anything good about Brian. Kane's a big purr. Well, I guess I got to get off of here because I got to go to work by 7 o'clock. Arg. I'm glad you all came. And Kane was the big Jamaican Kane. Oh. Okay, I'll see y'all later. I'm sure I'll see you tomorrow night after work. Oh, Scully. Oh. Okay, good night, y'all.